Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life.
Okay, so forgive me, there's this. So who wants to go? Do you want to tell me about someone you just met and
welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you
in 1 or 2 sentences. Okay. Is it okay to point out someone that is smiling at me? Okay, all right.
Good morning, everyone.
Right.
So I don't.
That's fine. I forgive you from my heart.
I'm very bad.
That's fine.
So yeah, I met Miss
Lara. Okay.
And she's working with Texas or and she's doing some social work as well. That's what I remember. Sorry for that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for making the introduction easier for me to do. Thanks, Monica. That's very, very sweet. Thank you. Anybody else you want to tell us about someone that you met this morning? Okay. Is this where I get to choose someone? All right. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Am I heard?
Not really. Can I? Yeah,
Hello?
it's working now. Do you want to?
Okay. Hello? Okay. So I spoke with a wonderful lady. Her name is Felicia. She lectures at 2 universities, and I found that really awesome. Yeah. No, one more thing. Sorry, she's been in the industry for 25 years.
Wow.
I think that's tech, AI. Yeah, I found that really amusing as well.
Yeah, that's mind-blowing. Thank you very much for sharing with us. Okay, so since we couldn't go around with that, I'm going to give everybody the opportunity to introduce yourself. Okay, so just tell us one thing about yourself. Tell us your name, of course, a brief introduction, or just tell us one thing about yourself that you would like us to know. And another twist I would like to bring to this is, I'm sure when you heard about Elevate and Thrive, there was something that, came to your mind, and something in the lineup of the things that we're going to be speaking on today that resonated with you. So I want you to tell me that thing. Okay, what caught your interest the most? Is it the entrepreneurial part? Is it the real estate part? Is it the tech bit that you're really interested in? Or you're just here to get a high paying job, make the money? I'm not going to judge you here, okay? So please tell me your name, or tell us your name, something you want us to know about you, what in Elevate and Thrive resonated with you the moment you saw the flyer, and what you expect to get out of today. Okay, so I'm just going to be a bit random about it, because some people were looking at me, giving me a smiling face, and the moment I was going to start asking, they just turned around and I'm not going to be the first. Okay, so can we start with you? Is there a second mic, please? Can I get it? All right, thank you. So, or if you want to volunteer to go first to tell us about yourself, okay? So this is like a land of opportunity, in a way, session of opportunity. Do not be, don't hesitate to put yourself out. Yeah, so, he wants to go first. Thank you. Can you please appreciate him for taking that bold step?
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, loud and clear.
My name is God's Power, and I currently work as a data analyst and automation in marketing. One of the things that I think everything about the program resonated with me in the first place. So that's the attention. I wouldn't say it's real estate or tech because it kind of cut across everything I want to do. So it's more like coming to network, coming to listen, and also improve, in what I want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Does anybody want to go next? Somebody else? Or is this where I get to choose? Okay. All right. Thanks, Monica.
So my name is Monica Sharma. I'm a student of Leeds Packet University. I'm studying MSc Management from there. So I like, basically MSc Management, I'm interested in HR management, human resources. I have more than 10-year experience from my home country in administration. I was working as a student support officer and admission counseling over there. I came for the conference. If I be honest, I came for Miss Sandra. She is one of the brilliant teacher, I would say. So, so basically, I came here for her only, and so when I saw the conference, I get to know that so many people are coming. So it's a good, place to network people and to know people. So that's why I came here. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Sandra. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Miss Sandra, Dr. Sandra, for being a good model. So, Monica, there's something we call buy one, get one free, okay? So you're here for one reason, but I'm telling you, I can tell you for free that when you're leaving, you're having lots of bonus packages, networking, and a whole lot of information to navigate the HR world, yeah? So I'll be watching out for you. All right, so who is next? Who wants to go next? Oh no, so don't bring out the part of me that would point out people. Okay, so if you're on a white shirt, can you please, okay, we have someone volunteering. Okay.
Hi, my name is Lech, and I'm an AI engineering consultant. I work with health tech startups. I came here because one of my friends is hosting or helping managing the event, and I didn't know too much about it, but first two things that caught my eye were the tech and entrepreneurship routes, which is where I'm trying to assert myself into right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, you're at the right place.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you. Thank you. All right, so it wants to go operate like. Okay, so let's do this fast. Brochet. Okay.
Yeah, so for me, my name is Oluseyi. I am a lecturer, but I also do AI on the side. And it's because the flyer had AI in it. And so, I turned up and, I'm familiar with the people organizing as well. So it's a form of support and networking as well. So, I'm hoping to get a lot out of today.
Thank you very much for coming. All right. So who's going next?
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Isaac. I'm a data analyst. I think one of the things that caught my eye with this conference was for the tech side of things and also the real estate side of things. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping to network, have a bit of more insight into other fields that I'm looking for within the tech subspace, and also have a bit of understanding into real estate and how things work. Because I've seen some of the speakers here, and I know they're quite, they're quite good in what they do when it comes to real estate. So for me.
Yeah. So thank you very much for sharing your expectations and what resonated with you more. And for those that have come to support their people, we're so happy to have everyone here. Okay. So let's go. Let's just leave the surface now and let's go a bit deeper into why we are here. Okay. So, but to launch this, to open it up properly, I'm going to be bringing someone here to give us the welcome address, because some people are like, okay, they just got invited and they are curious, they've seen something and you want to know more about it. Don't worry, we won't keep you waiting or in the dark for too long. So we're just going to open up everything. But one thing I can say is that you are part of, the gifts or the treasures that we have come here to unwrap. So when it comes to time to learn, to ask questions, to answer questions, you have something in you to offer as well. So let's just tap into everything we can get here today. Do I have a yes in the house? Okay, thank you very much. So join me to welcome here Elizabeth Timileyin Adeyemo to give us the opening of the welcome address. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to the Elevate and Thrive conference. So just for a second, I want us to look around this room. Every single person here made a choice today, a choice to show up, a choice to invest in themselves, and a choice to say, my future is worth fighting for. That decision alone puts you ahead. My name is Timmy, and on behalf of our entire team at Elevate and Thrive, I want to say welcome to this conference. We didn't build this event to fill up seats. We built it because we believe something deeply, that the gap between where you are and where you want to be is not a talent gap. It's not a luck gap. More often than not, it's a connections gap. It's an information gap. The right mentor, the right conversation, the right opportunity, heard at the right moment, which is here, can completely rewrite your story, your career, your finances, and your life. That's exactly what today is about. In the next few hours, you'll be surrounded by high achievers who want exactly where you are, people who figured it out, and people who are here today because they want to help you to do the same. You'll gain mentorship across different career paths, practical tools you can use immediately, and perhaps most powerfully, connections that can open doors you didn't even know existed. So come ready to learn, come ready to share, and come ready to be challenged, inspired, and transformed. Your elevation starts right now. Let's make today count. Welcome to Elevate and Thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Timmy. So we're going to start with the first panel session. And okay. So let me just introduce myself first. I'm Dr. Sandra. I'm a senior lecturer of business, strategy, operations, and enterprise at the Leeds Business School. I'm a multidisciplinary researcher and sort of teaching more in employability and also in talent development. I'm also a business consultant from the academic side. My work focuses on key areas that matter for the future of work in the UK and in the wider globe, and on sustainable development, energy and climate economics, and also recently I'm researching on AI and the impact of work, the impact of AI on the future of work. So that's me, and I do have some of my students popping by today. And I'm excited to see, you know, all the things that they would gain from that experience. And I'm happy that we get to network. This is like a personal network situation where it doesn't have to be connected to just your own circle, you know, your own organization. You can kind of branch out into other spaces as well to see what people are doing. And I think it's amazing that we get to meet each other here today. Now we're going to start with our very first session. I believe we have a session on career development. Then we have on tech, and then we have, sorry, my thing's not showing properly. One second. Okay, good. So today we have one on career pathways. So the first panel session today is on career pathways and getting into high-paid jobs is sort of our theme there as well. Then we would have the second panel session coming up right after. We would have on creating and running your business in the UK, so an entrepreneurship focused session. So I know some of us have come for specific things. So some have come for tech, some have come for real estate, some have come, for career pathways. But I'm sure that we all have something to learn from each session. You just never know what you might pick up from any of these talents and experts here today. After that, we have the cybersecurity, fintech, and other jobs in tech session coming up. And then the last session would be a practical step-by-step guide building on the earlier segments, which would be, the last one would be on leadership and real estate as a combined session. So are we excited for these? Yes, me too. So I'm just going to kick off with the first one, which is on career pathways, and I'll be introducing our powerful panel. Just such an impressive group of people. But before that, let's first just introduce the man behind the Dosi vision. So Dr. Bibi, as many would know him, but his full name is Dr. Olushola Bamishile. Bibi is an engineer, systems research scientist, and professor. He's recognized among the top 2% of global scientists by Elsevier and Stanford for the last 3 consecutive years. With a career spanning academia, consultancy, and industry, he's also the convener of the Dosi. Dosi stands for what? Diary of Successful Immigrants. So he's the convener of the Dosi and Elevate and Thrive conference, a fast-thriving and a fast-growing platform that is dedicated to personal development, employability, leadership, capacity building. And his work blends technical excellence with a passion for empowering people to become the best version of themselves where they are. So let's give it a round of applause, please. Now we're going to invite our powerful panel. For the first panel, we have Felicia Omodiale. Sorry, Samuel. I'm so sorry. So she's a respected cybersecurity and AI governance specialist in risk and compliance, professional and executive advisor operating across Africa, Europe, North America, and Asia. A researcher practitioner currently pursuing a professional doctorate at Anglia Ruskin University, Cambridge, UK. Her work centers on integrating security into AI development, mapping AI systems, threat landscapes, ensuring secure data handling, and managing AI cybersecurity risks. Over more than 2 decades in technology, she has delivered outcomes with organizations including the Department for Work and Pensions, Next, FedEx, V-Mobile, Celtel, and Sky. Just a round of applause for her, please. Our next panel member, let's please welcome Dr. Femi Omoniyi. Dr. Femi Omoniyi is a dynamic programs development lead with a passion for empowering talent and driving inclusive innovation. He leads the mentoring program for the Association of Black and Minority Ethnic Engineers, which is AFBE UK, where he champions professional growth and representation across the engineering sector. With deep expertise in mentoring and career development, Dr. Femi has guided countless professionals in navigating the UK job market, building strategic networks, and positioning themselves for long-term success. One more round of applause, please. Now we have, We now have Dr. Godwin, our last panelist for this session, Dr. Godwin Eton. Lots of accolades there. UK registered ground engineering professional. Dr. Godwin is a highly respected chartered geotechnical engineer and engineering geologist, bringing over 25 years of specialized expertise in ground engineering, foundation design, consultancy, and academic research. His career encompasses a broad spectrum of sectors, including onshore, offshore, and renewable energy, where he has consistently delivered innovative, dependable geotechnical solutions across West Africa and Europe. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Can you smile to your neighbor and say you're welcome to Elevate and Thrive Conference? All right. Thank you very much. So while I was thinking about this event, I think that was last week, I was thinking about it, that there would be a lot of people in the room. And how can I actually get everybody to understand why everybody's in the room? So I thought about driving tests in the UK. You get it? So when you do a driving test in the UK, there are some people that only have provisional license, am I right? They've not started driving. There are some, they have provisional, they are learning how to drive. And there are some that are driving, they already passed their tests, but then they are the type of people that they only drive to where they know. I don't know if you've met people like that before, am I right? They only drive to where they know. They don't drive with map. Now, there are people that don't drive on highways. You get it? They avoid fast things. And now there are people that are very professional drivers, but they don't drive beyond their city. Now, there are people that could do it intercontinental. So what does that mean? Everybody in this room were at one point of that driving test. You get it? We're up at one point of that journey. And what we're trying to do today is actually to take you to the next step. We may not take you to the end, you get what I mean, becoming the pro that can drive everywhere, but we want to move you from where you are to the next step. So the conversations today would be driven by you. You understand? What I only have here is conversation starters, which I'm going to ask the 3 panelists. But after that, I want you to do what? I want you to come up with your questions. I didn't write a lot of questions because I want it to be what you want to learn, not what I'm trying to get out of it. So please, in this session, what we're trying to achieve is how we can help you to get the best job, to get your dream job. So don't feel shy to ask about anything. Some of the panelists are my mentors. I mean, when I try to get a job and I have an interview, some of them I meet with them to coach me. That's how much it is. So please ask them about anything. All right, thank you very much. Can you put your hands together for yourself one more time? All right. So thank you so much for coming for our panelists. I won't tell them when I informed all of you so that I don't look like a bad person because I did late for some people. But let's get into it. I'm going to start with Felicia. What key decision or skill accelerated your journey into the INN role you are now at the moment? So just to give you a brief perspective about her. We were talking one day, it was at now it has died down, about the migration and all these issues that are happening. And she was just like, I'm tired of this country, maybe I'll just move somewhere. They just keep saying we don't contribute, that my tax can actually pay somebody's salary. I was like, whoa. She was like, my yearly tax can pay another, like 2 people's salary. Yeah, that was what she actually said. So I was like, you need to be earning big for your tax to pay to pay 2 people's salary. So can you tell us actually what are some of those skills and key decisions that got you to where you are today?
Okay, thank you. Next time I'm going to watch what I tell you. Okay. So one thing I'm going to just warn everyone here before I start. I have a tendency to keep it real. So I don't, let's just keep it real because I feel that's why people are here. So some of the things I'm going to say might be, don't take it that, I'm trying to put myself up there. I'm trying to just provide some form of reality that that eludes some of us, right? So the decision points that you said, surprisingly, would be struggle, right? It will be struggle and challenges of being in a country where your things are not handed over to you. And I made a decision. So that's the decision point. I made a decision that my challenges and my struggle is not going to swallow me. Instead, I'm going to be stubborn and I'm going to overcome whatever challenge and whatever situations that I was in at that time. So what was the situation? I was in a very low paying job. I was doing 9 hours, 20 minutes. I was 5 months pregnant. Sometimes I wouldn't even have food to eat, right? So instead of crying, I used to tell myself, walk as, walk as you want to see yourself in the future. And that led me into asking questions, researching. If I see people that I like, their life, I would not say, oh my God, I wish I am this. I would just emulate what I think is making their life different. You get what I mean? And then based on that, I was able to now find myself, because you need to find yourself first, and then now build myself up into that kind of career. One thing that is a winning factor for me, and I would never ever give up that, I don't have impossible in my diary. It doesn't exist. If I see something that I want to become tomorrow, and I tell you I'm going to become that tomorrow, hold me accountable to that. I would definitely be that. So that's all I'm going to say for now.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to come to Dr. Godwin. What are the biggest myths people believe about getting a paid job in the UK?
Thank you very much. Is that working? All right, thank you very much. I think that's a very important question. And as Felicia said, I'm going to make it very personal. And that is, sometimes we believe that you need to get very high academic qualification for you to get a very high paying job. But that's not always the case. Because I remember that when I got a first degree, second degree, third degree in this country, and I thought that's going to usher me into a very high paying job. I think the first 7 years, I was almost earning what most UK-based graduates were earning. And then I got to a point, I sat down and asked myself, hang on, there's got to be a way out, what's going on here? And I went online on LinkedIn, and I checked people who were actually at the point I was desiring to be, and discovered that it wasn't really academic qualifications that most of us Africans or immigrants tend to pursue so much. That is industry recognized qualification that's important, networking qualifications, and also. So I had to, get myself ready and get those qualifications. So one of the things I want to say, first of all, is that some of us came here, so okay, I need to have the highest qualification for me to earn the very high, but that's not always the case. What is needed in this country is recognized qualification, certifications or qualifications. If you can get that, you take it to the top. And the moment I realized that, I think my salary almost doubled. So assuming I got a PhD, I went to that engineering firm, and without having the right certification to be chartered, to be qualified, to have a voice, I probably would have remained at the same level. So that's one. And the other thing I would say is that we tend to believe that because of your race or your color, you cannot get to the top. I think that's a lie. If you do your part, as I said, get the necessary qualification, certification that you can speak and your peers can listen to, you can get to any level. I mean, I manage people, I interview people, manage, top people in my company, and that is not because of. I still don't speak like people that were born here. You can see my accent, but that doesn't stop me from getting to the zenith. Okay, so you need to disabuse your mind that you need to go change your skin color for you to get to the top. If you pursue your career, know exactly what is required in that industry, and get to that top, they will listen to you. I think I'll stop there for now.
All right, thank you very much. Can we put our hands together? All right, so I'm going to go to the next question, which is for Dr. Femi. If someone here had like 6 to 12 months to reposition his or herself, what should they prioritize?
Thank you. Just before I answer that, I just want to add one point to what Dr. Godwin said. I think one of the myths we need to get rid of is first, don't believe everything. I think people are very, very eager to believe. So someone has told you, well, these jobs are not for people of a certain race, or this organization doesn't accept people of a certain color. And because of that, a lot of people are limited and restricted because then you don't apply. The truth of the matter is organizations can, in most cases, can only adjudge what's in front of them. So if your application is not in the pool in the first place, then you most likely wouldn't get the job. So don't believe everything. I'm not saying don't believe anything. Some of those things are true. So there are caveats in industry, but don't believe everything. Do your own research before you make up your mind. Now, so on the question around 6 to 12 months, that's a really, really important question because it depends on what stage you are in. I think the first thing, if I had 6 to 12 months and I wanted to change my career trajectory, is first know yourself. Have an understanding of what are my strengths, what are my weaknesses. Because when you know your strengths, then you basically know what you need to put into people's faces. And when you know your weaknesses, then you need to know where you need to upskill. If you have a limited time frame, what you want to be doing is you want to be projecting your strengths, because your strength determines where you're needed. It's very, very irrelevant for you to apply for jobs where all they can see are your weaknesses. There are some jobs where they're basically, when they put out the job description or whatever, or the role profile, you can basically see, well, I have all the strengths they require. So it's very, very irrelevant when you now start having to apply for jobs where you basically don't have any strengths that they're looking for. So first, know your strengths, know your weaknesses, know where you need to upskill. Just as Dr. Gordon has said, if there are certifications you can get quickly to help you upskill, get them. And one thing a lot of us have not said is there's a very, very big advantage in networking and fellowship. One of the good things I have in my life is the fact that I have these people in my life, and I have a community that I can basically lean on. Don't be isolated in your journey. If you have issues, share them quickly, especially if there's a time frame to it. So I'd want to stop there. So basically have a good network, know yourself, know your values, and in most cases, don't give up as well. Apply.
Thank you very much. Now we'll be taking questions. If you have questions, can you raise up your hand, and some ushers will just be by your side. But before we start taking those questions, can I come to Dr. Felicia? Apologies, I didn't put doctor at the beginning. Yeah, so he talked about going on LinkedIn. Yeah. Can you tell the audience how important LinkedIn is actually in this country?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Before I go there, I just wanted to also add something. When we say qualification, a lot of people think qualification is only what you have on paper. I define qualification as requirement that job needs. And sometimes qualification can be your attitude to work. You know, sometimes it can be the employer wants to see how resilient you are. I'll give you an example. 2 years ago, I employed a van driver who is, all these people that they call sky engineers that go from one place to the other, doing what they call it, math, all the stuff that they do. He walked into the office through a pathway. They were about to make him redundant and everything. I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying this. And he just, out of all the cybersecurity roles, he said he wanted to come to risk. Now, risk is something people don't, it's not sexy like pen test, vulnerability management, and all those kind of things. And I was shocked that somebody would say they want to come into risk. And the day I was talking to him, he was shaking like as in his face was all red. He was kind of like under that kind of pressure. Then I told him, if there's anything, if you're going to work with me, you have to relax, because I don't like people who are tensed. Then I went to check his LinkedIn, and I saw that this guy, even being a van driver, has done some free cybersecurity courses, like 14. Did some CompTIA Plus and all this kind, and I was shocked for a van driver. Then I called him the next day and say, I need to have a word with you. Anyway, stories passed. Yesterday we were in a meeting, and I normally have people come in to spend time with us. And this guy sat the other guy and was talking for over 30 minutes. I was satisfied as a line manager to see him transition from who he used to be to what he is now. So, positioning, qualification, and all these things are necessary, but we need to define it the way it's supposed to be defined. On LinkedIn, if you Google me now, Google Felicia Omoidiale Samuel, right? The Google AI will tell you industry based, with all the fancy names. Sometimes when I read it, I say, are you describing me? Hello, bro. But it's because of what I do on LinkedIn. And so the engine is making me recognized in my field, right? I'm not going to LinkedIn to talk about the war in Iran. Some people do that. But I'm going there to talk about how I want the industry to perceive me. Some people don't apply for jobs. They are headhunted. You are speaking to someone who, I don't think I apply for jobs. It's not anything, it's not pride. You are headhunted. Now I don't even answer all those recruiters because there's no need to, right? So positioning yourself. Someone said that she's doing her master's in management, right? And she came from her country, she's done masters in management, and probably asking yourself, how am I going to position myself so that I would be seen? If, for instance, applicability or employability is a module that you have done, and your lecturer has hit a note there, you go to LinkedIn, post about that, right? And say, this is why I'm an enthusiast about employability in this country. And I'm happy to consult for any company that wants to know about this. The internet is picking you up. Search engines are picking you up. And for instance, if there's an organization that is looking for somebody with that niche, guess who they will find? You. Because they're still going to go on LinkedIn or one of these search engines to say, give me the top 10 what are they calling it? Best people in this space. So I would just shut up. I hope I'm making that point. And when Femi was saying, if I have 12 months to stay in this country, what am I going to do? And he touched on certain things, right? Above that, you need to position yourself and be visible. We are hiding too much. We're a pool of resource, but we're hiding too much.
Very much. Can we put our hands together? I'll just go to Dr. Femi to have the comment on that.
I think there's something I always tell people, especially those I mentor. One of the things I say is, what does Google say about you? It's very, very crucial, it's very critical for you to ensure that your social footprint basically tells the full story, because people look at that. Just as you said, recruiters do check your social footprint, and it's just you can easily do that by putting in a Google search and just putting your name and see what comes up. Maybe it's a picture from 10 to 15 years ago that doesn't basically talk around your history. So it's very, very critical. And it also tells people your value, and that's the important thing. So just as she said, recruiters do check this thing. So recently, just to give an example, I was headhunted. I'm not looking for a job, but a recruiter did contact me, and obviously they through LinkedIn and the likes. But one of the key things I wanted to get from that experience was, how much do you value me? And so one of the things I asked is, well, thanks so much for contacting me. This opportunity, how much? And when they told me the amount, one of the first things I said, I need to work on my LinkedIn page. Now, the amount that was quoted is slightly higher than what I earn, But at the stage where I want to get to, that's not what I want to be. If you want to add on to me, that's not the stage I want to be getting into. And one of the first things and I went back and I basically told them that, well, I'm in a very stable environment. If I'm going to be tempted to leave this environment, it has to be a significant, you've got to actually turn my head, if that makes sense. But what did that tell me? It told me, okay, if to get to the next step, you need to work on because the position I am now, I'm valued at what that recruiter has told me. Because one of the first things, when I said, well, that's too small, one of the things they told me was, well, can you send your latest CV? Which basically tells them what I have on my LinkedIn just doesn't satisfy that expectation to go up. So you would be surprised with the people who look at you. So please, in all, put everything required to ensure people see that value that you bring.
All right, I just want to add as well. I think for me, I'm not a really very big fan of social media person, but from what you've said now, I'm going to be very active on LinkedIn and make myself very, very visible.
Make sure you give me 10% when
yeah, I will. One other thing I want to add, which I didn't say when it was my turn, is that you can actually maximize LinkedIn. Before I got chartered many years ago, and when I was at that lowest level, and I think I just contacted one guy, a very top engineer who was chartered, all the necessary qualification I have now, everything in our field, I've got everything. And I contacted him, I just called him, I just sent a text to him, I said, this is who I am, and I'm trying to get to this level randomly. I was shocked. The guy sent me chartership documentation, everything he did. In fact, we're doing prep. During my break time, he said, okay, I'll call you, I'll prepare you how to answer this interview. This is a random guy I've never met before. I just saw him on LinkedIn. So you can actually do that. Go on LinkedIn and see somebody who has gone ahead of you, who is qualified to the level you're aspiring to be in the next 5 years. I'm sure people who have contacted Felicia. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, and just reach out to those people. Please, I'm trying to get to this level. What can I do? If you do that to me, I'll be happy to help. So I'm sure a lot of people will be happy to help as well. Sorry. All right, so don't just go on LinkedIn and be putting Iran war and all those things. Go there to get something out of it, and enhance your career. Yeah,
I wanted to just say quickly, sorry, if you set up just acid test on who you are outside, you set up job notification on LinkedIn, right? And there's no job that is bad, please. Let me just give it as an example. And you are a data scientist, and what the job LinkedIn is recommending to you is data entering clerk. There's something wrong with your profile. So acid test. Set up job notification. Don't do anything. And see the notifications that it will be recommending to you. That's who you are, unfortunately. Then you now have to up your game.
All right, thank you very much. I think after this too, I'll work on my LinkedIn. So I'm very academic on my LinkedIn, and as they were saying about add-ons, and a couple of people reached out to me recently and said, we want you to do this, but it's outside the UK. They wanted me outside the UK, in the country where I used to stay, and I'm trying to refuse to go back to that place. I mean, they were throwing like hundreds of thousands of pounds at me, like this and that. But what that shows is actually because of maybe what is always on my LinkedIn, and I'm trying to get into the corporate space now. So I'll work on that. Just to give this heads up, please, you can also write your questions in the paper if you want that. Does anybody have a question now that want to speak into the mic? Thank you very much. Please, can you pass the mic to him?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayo. Just want to ask something about LinkedIn, and this is just based from a place of personal experience. Now, when you reach out to these top people in the field you find on LinkedIn, one thing is that they are often, let me assume for them, that they're often busy because you barely get a feedback. So how do we navigate such circumstances?
So guilty. I'm seriously guilty of that. But for me, because I'm passionate about that, I make sure that I go through the people who are reaching me out, at least explain. But let me say what you could do with that. You need patience, because these people are genuinely busy, they are not ignoring you. But you don't only need 1, 2, 3, 4, right? If you have the ability to say, just go on a rampage, right? Do you understand? One will drop. There's a guy, I'm sorry, let me just say this. There's a guy, Christian, he's one of my online mentees. Never met that guy before. But this guy kept sending me messages. And he's not sending me messages like, oh, I messaged you just to follow up what I say. Yeah. It's, hello, Felicia, I saw this your post, fantastic. Hello, Felicia, oh, what you wrote, like, you know, it resonates with me, fantastic. Hello, Felicia, thumbs up on what you, fantastic. My mind, I just say, if I don't answer this guy now, Christian, sorry. Never met him, he's not Nigerian, he's not, you know, and that attracted me to him. And then I now reached out to him, okay, Christian, is it possible for us to have a catch-up? And I had like 30 minutes Teams call with him. The guy was over the moon. And, you know, I'm really grateful that even without having a face-to-face stuff, he just bagged the job like 2 weeks ago or so, and he sent me a message. So the Hello Felicia will end. Another guy, Ravi, he traced me to a tech conference. He traced me to a tech conference in London. And you know, because in those tech conferences, my head is everywhere. Oh, don't worry, we'll catch up. Da, 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 da. So I had that tech conference, that was beginning of March or so. I had 2 conferences, right? So after that conference, I didn't answer him. It's not intentional. Then I now went for another tech conference. The tech conference we had was in Olympia in London. The other one was in Excel. This guy came to the Excel conference. So I said, okay, I've had it. Then what happened? The next week, I had a meeting with him and we've continued in that. I'm not saying be a stalker, but I'm just saying find your own way to make people, the people you want to talk to identify you and say, I want to be.
I think, I mean, just to allude to what she said. So one, please don't stick to just one person. There's always an alternative. That's the first thing. Then secondly, approach matters. Now, when I check my LinkedIn, I do look at invites and the likes, but there's some that you just look at it, no message, nothing. It's just an invite. I don't know you. If I don't know you, I'll possibly check your profile out, and if I don't see any value I'm getting from you, then I'm basically not accepting that followership. Because LinkedIn is not Instagram. So I'm not just going to accept your followership. So if we don't have a network connection, and you basically want me to accept your followership, there's got to be some value, and that value must either show in your profile or has been stated explicitly in the message to myself. So if you, for example, want mentorship, put it in a message that, oh, this is why, and give me a reason. Don't tell me, oh, I saw your profile and I want you to mentor, but that doesn't tell me anything. So you can go with, I mean, a lot of people do that, oh, I saw you speak at so conference, it was really, really inspiring. So when they do all of that, my ego goes up, and all of a sudden I say, oh, this is my email address, can you? So, but if you just come in and say, oh, I want you to mentor me, it's, I don't know, why do you want me to mentor you? What have you seen? Because you can get it, you can get hundreds of that. So approach is very, very key if you want to get responses from people, or particularly on LinkedIn.
All right, thank you very much.
Just to add as well, also, you need to work on your LinkedIn as well. Exactly. I mean, very important, you need to work on your LinkedIn. You need to sell yourself on LinkedIn as well, so that if you approach me, and the first thing I'm going to do, look at your LinkedIn. If you just have 2 lines, there probably is going to be fraud, or I just ignore it.
Or your picture, you are in Leeds market.
Yeah, so you need to work on it such that, okay, this person is worth helping, is really passionate about this career. I can connect and help the person. But if you just have 2 lines there, cybersecurity analyst, and then 1 picture which you have of your face, I won't be serious with that. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I have a question here. I wanted to ask you a question, but I would allow the people to run the show. How do you deal with the awkwardness of networking in real life? What advice do you have for shy people in real networking events? And I think this person is asking my heart. So I'll just tell you about real life story. The last university I worked with, I worked there for 2 years. I was the only black on the block. And trust me, I didn't make any connection with anybody. Like, that was how awkward I was. In fact, there's this guy that is just 2 offices from me. He always comes to knock my door. Hi, baby, how are you? So what you're doing? Blah, 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 blah. Every time I say, oh, God, Alistair, can you just please? Like, that's how awkward I am in terms of, like, I just believe, let me do my work. If I'm good enough, I'll get what I deserve. But I've realized actually now that doesn't work. So please, can you guys help me and that person?
So I think just to answer this, because I used to have that problem around networking. And luckily enough, I did a job where all I had to do was basically network and sell. So I had to learn that skill. But there are a lot of tricks to it. First, value. I have a value. So if I'm going into a conference and for example, I've done this work within that space, it's part of my intro. So my name is Femi. I finished at the University of Leeds. I did my research, blah, blah, blah. My research was on this. And I would basically link it to why we've come into the conference so they understand what I'm bringing into the conversation. And that's one step. Now, if you don't have that, the other things I do is prior to going to a conference, I request for the list of stakeholders from the organizers. Now, why I'm requesting the list of stakeholders is you could be in a conference with 1,000 people. I don't want to speak to 1,000 people. I'm shy, if that makes sense. I possibly want to speak to 10 to 20 people. Now, what I'll do is I'll look through what organizations do you work. Am I interested in your organization? Am I interested in you? So I've basically looked at your LinkedIn profile. I've done my research. I know what you're working on now. And so when I'm having a conversation with you, I'm speaking to you from that knowledge point. In some cases, I've messaged you on LinkedIn. There's so many connections that happen even before events where people have already messaged you on LinkedIn. Oh, can I speak to you during one of the lunch period or one of the breaks? So a lot of things need to happen for you. It's not just a case of if you're extremely confident, yes, you can just approach people and start talking, but
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted to say, Sister Felicia, can you give us a practical step? Like, I'm very awkward. So I'll give another example. I went for a conference in London for 1 week, and I didn't meet anybody. I'm telling you. In fact, the person that met me collected my number, and I made sure I didn't collect the person's number. That was how strange. I didn't make sure, actually. I just didn't collect the person's number. I just sat on my own. I was like, let me just get what I want to get out of this place and stuff. So please, can you tell me, like, when I get into a space, what should I start doing so that I can't, my head will just start saying, meet people, because I'm so comfortable just sitting down. Especially if it's some of this conference, I'm fascinated about the media and stuff, so I can sit down, kind of like think of what is happening. So if I come into this place now, I'll be looking at all this camera, media stuff, and I can be carried away with that, not bother meeting any of you.
I think Femi mentioned a valid point here. The preparation, the pre-work, right? The pre-work gives you a little bit of confidence because you've reached out to the people you want to talk to. You've already known. So when you are going to talk to Mr. X that works in cloud technology, you're not going to talk to Mr. X and you're talking about quantum, something like that. So the pre-work is very important. But when people say that they are shy, blah, 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 I'm also a very shy person. Really? No, true. I'm shy and I suffer from very serious imposter syndrome. Do you believe? No. But you are laughing because you can't see it. But it's still there. So a practical thing that I do and I constantly do is I leverage on the fact that my knowledge is what earned me this space. Because it's a mind thing, it's what you're thinking behind, it's what you are thinking that is making you that. So when I climb the stage, I'm a different being. I am locked down to that particular voice that's telling me, you're not good enough, because it's still there. And I sit in boards where, let me give you a perspective. I manage a team. My team is in India, Munich, Milan, now the US and the UK. and I'm the only woman. And sometimes I'll be having a Teams meeting, and you just see men, different color, and then me with my small dreadlock in the middle. And sometimes that gives me that shock, right? But in my head, I now switch on that button that says, whatever it is that brought you to that conference, you end that space. So it's a constant reminder, I end that space, I end that space. Sometimes before I do a speaking event, I look at myself in the mirror, and I tell myself, Felicia Omoediali Samuel, Oxford University alumni, mathematics, blah, blah, blah. I hype myself, right? So by the time I go on that stage, I'm not even looking at people's face. I'm looking at something there, but I'm talking as if I'm looking at people's face. Do you understand? So in a networking event, the preparation is very important so that you are strategic. Then when you get in there, you have to lock down what is making you feel you are not good enough and leverage on what is making you, what brought you there in the first place, which is your knowledge.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you a specific one. What is the best pickup line at the networking event? So, you know, like people always, like when you want to approach somebody, you have a pickup line. What's like one of the best pickup line, especially in the UK, that you can use? So maybe I can starting with that.
You can actually approach somebody and say, forgive me, I'm a bit shy, but I've just made da. And they will sympathize with you. Do you understand? They will say, oh, for this person that is shy, coming to meet me, they've really worked on themselves. Except the person is, I'm looking for a bad name, Kim Jong-un. But we said we shouldn't talk about what.
All right.
Yeah, can I add something? All right. I think whoever is asked that question of yourself, it's common among everybody. I mean, but I think the problem is that sometimes we are not intentional about it. Yeah. You know, there are resources out there. If you just realize that is your weakness, that's your weak point. I mean, I stay in the office where it's like going to the office, like see your faces, white faces, only you, the black person in that place. So it's very important you talk to yourself to know who you are and break that thing internally. So it got to a point I told myself I'm not moved by. In fact, I even wrote it down one day in one of my books, one of my small notes. I'm not moved by the color. I'm not moved by who I see. Yeah. I just break that, whether you're white or whatever, I'm not moved by that green or any color. So what I'm trying to say in a sense is that you need to work on that. If you know that's your weak point, there are resources out there, online, YouTubes, and there's so many things out there. What do you do when you go into a conference? What do you do to go into a networking event? What's the first thing to say in a different culture, different setting? What do you do to break the ice and all those things? So be intentional about it. If you recognize that it's your problem, don't just think it's going to happen by a mere process of chance. You need to be intentional about it and devise plan for you to conquer that. You know, so if you need to spend a lot of time on YouTube to learn how to break that barrier. But for me, I had to speak to myself.
All right,
I say, I'm not moved by the faces. If I go for a meeting or any event, I just walk to somebody and say, wow, wow, you look, how was your, you know, you can start with weather. I mean, it's very, you can't miss that. Wow, lovely weather today.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. So we have just been informed that I have like 4 minutes left. And there are 2 questions that we're going to take. First, on that side, Zira. Okay. You don't want to ask again? Okay, there's just one more on this side. All
right. So I've got 2 questions, actually. The first one is, there has been sporadic conversations around, you know, LinkedIn, advertising yourself, and you're also talking about vision, right? However, what I'm picking from that is sporadic, you know, do this, do that, this is where I am, this is what I've been doing. However, what I haven't heard is a roadmap to that vision. It's more specifically, in our community, we have people who have visa, complex visa issues, right? And some with, you know, they have access to, like, you know, they can work. Some don't, and also some are citizens or permanent residencies. You know, it's well documented. However, how from inception roadmap to that vision which you are talking about, how do, you know, I would say I'm speaking for all of us here, the audience, how do we get from inception to achieving the vision which you're talking about? That's one question. The second one is, sorry, based on everything that you've been saying, I've been taking notes. So the second one is, in the age of AI, I see 4 different levels, right? One is infrastructure level, large language model level, you have the agentic level, and then you have the use case level, right? Now, it is quite, I mean, in moving with the times, by the time you study what an AI, agentic AI does, it's already moved on to something else has come up. So I honestly believe, having held leadership positions in the UK for various organizations, Felicia, you know myself, from a computer science background, it's not always, employment is not for everybody. That's one. 2, we have a community with serious talent in, you know, serious varied talents in different areas. Now, whilst I believe in, you know, building a career and stuff, it's not the be all and end all. So how would you advise some of us who do not have, you know, the right visa status? What should we be working on looking at? What services should we be providing? What services should we be providing to position ourselves to get to a point where we are achieving our goals? I think I've 2 questions in one, or you could expand on that.
Thank you very much for the detailed question. For the second question, I think we're going to do something about entrepreneurship and tech soon. So we're going to tackle that exclusively in that, and that's why we have that as part of the sessions. So I would say we can glide over the second question just in this session, but in the first, in this session, we can go full blown on the first question. The first question.
Okay, yes. The first thing I'd say is, particularly for, I mean, I know everyone on the panel, we didn't fly here, or we didn't just appear where we are. That there was a process, there was a journey. And I think what I'd say to that is, across different aspects of that journey, you've got to maximize opportunities within that journey. So I didn't just get to the stage. At one point, I was doing customer service. I mean, I have no problem with people working within that space, but I knew that that wasn't where I wanted to land. But I did that. And whilst doing that, I did it as effectively as possible, because I knew it was a pathway to, and I basically took into consideration every skill set I could get from that. So basically stakeholder engagement, and those things are still on my CV. So what I'm trying to say is, across each level, irrespective of where you are, you basically need to maximize opportunities. And I understand there are different complexities. When I mean complexities, people are at different levels. So just as you've said, we are in a community where people have different issues. Now, we can't speak to individual issues, because if we do that, would be here all day. But it's about you understanding the opportunities around your situation. So for example, if you are in a position where you need, for example, a visa, then maybe the things you need to be thinking around, the opportunities you need to be pursuing, are with organizations that can take you out of that situation. Now, if that's not your situation, then you need to start thinking out. So it's around maximizing opportunities based on where you are. So at one point in my life, I needed a visa, but what that basically meant was basically looking at how did others get visas. It also meant, okay, what skill set do I require in my space to get that as well? So what I'm trying to say is, at different levels, maximize the opportunities within it, and that's the way around it. So we're not, and LinkedIn still plays an important role in there, because irrespective of the complexity you've got, there's still someone somewhere who has possibly gone out of it. And so you can basically find those people on LinkedIn. You can, in most cases, find organizations who can support you on LinkedIn as well. And networking as well is a critical aspect to that. I know we've not said a lot around networking. I mean, I'm part of the Association of Black and Minority Engineers within the UK, and that's a massive network because you're talking about all Black engineers within the UK. But that basically helped me. First, it made me realize that it's possible. What that basically means, I've seen people who've had visa challenges, but they've gone past it. People who've had job issues. So irrespective of the issues, so find a network that can basically help you out of your situation as well. I think that's also critical.
Let me just add this briefly. I think sometimes if you are in that situation where you're looking for a visa, do all you can to make sure you invest in yourself, to make sure you stand out. So that, I mean, currently right now we're interviewing a guy to replace somebody who just left one of our offices. And I was looking at the CV, the interview is scheduled for Wednesday. So everything was going on well. And then I got to know from the HR, this guy needed a visa. But because of the way the guy sold himself on his CV, and he has done loads and loads of certifications, qualifications, understand the industry, software, things that we're using. So I just told the HR, no, we still need this guy. So right now we've escalated it. They're going to get visa for him. Why? Because he got really prepared. You know, he got all the necessary qualifications that we need. So sometimes don't just be average. If a British person is just a first degree and then that's it, no, you go get, if you can get chartership and other qualification, certification, get it. When the hiring manager is looking at your CV and for some reason discover, oh, this guy needs sponsorship, but hang on, this guy's really good. Please, I'm going to fight for this person. That's actually what happened to me when I got my job about over 10 years ago. I also needed a visa because I stayed for a couple of months. I didn't get anything, but because I spent a lot of time to invest in myself, I think the hiring manager fought for me, you know, compared to other British guys who were available to take that role. So while waiting to get that job, and if you are constrained by visa, please spend a lot of time to make yourself stand out, and that will open the door for you.
All right, thank you very much. Can we clap for our panelists? Before you take your seat, I'll just say that we'll be having a networking session and a break soon after the second panel session. So please, if you have a question for any of them and you just don't want to make it public, you get it, you have some specific question, you can walk up to them. I'm going to try to meet somebody here to practice my new updated networking skills. You get it? And hopefully I'm going to go on LinkedIn and yeah. So my academic life is so precious to me that I'm so emotional about letting it go. So, but you're not here to hear about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. So we're going to go into the second panel session immediately. Yeah, and I will just sit on the stage while the host for this event will just introduce the two guests. Can you help introduce the two guests while I just welcome them on stage?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bibi. Guys, I'm very shy, but I'm just going to be here to introduce the new set of panelists. That worked, right? Okay, so before we have the panelists here, we're going to watch a short video, and it's from another notable. Bear with me, please. I'm trying to bring up the bio. So in some seconds, we'll be hearing from Olamikposi Onta, who is a media and communications graduate from London Metropolitan University. She's a passionate entrepreneur and the visionary force behind several successful ventures. Our entrepreneurial spirit shines through our thriving business, which is the Onta's Cocktails, where creativity, culture, and celebration meet. Both in the UK and in Nigeria, she has successfully catered for high prominent names and Nigeria event space. She also created the Radiant Woman and a powerful women's event designed to uplift, connect, and inspire women to embrace their light unapologetically. She's the founder of but see Hunter Foundation, an organization dedicated to empowering communities and spreading positivity through purpose-driven initiatives. So I would like the media to please bring up the video of Olame.
Hi everyone, my name is Olame.
Hear from someone who had a vision in her head and has brought it to reality, so we can learn. Thank
Hunter.
you.
It is such an honor to be part of this event. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend in person. I'm out of town, but I've been honored again to send in this video to encourage someone out there. I am an entrepreneur. I started my journey officially in 2017, but unofficially started off in 2016. But before then, I'll talk you through a bit of my journey into the United Kingdom. I came into the UK in 2007 as a dependent of my mom, and I did the usual college, university, and then, a bit of life here and there. Did a bit of 9 to 5. I worked with, Northern Gas Networks, the Northern Power Grid. I did a bit of NHS. I did placements, in theatres and surgical theatres as an operating department practitioner. So it wasn't just a situation of, oh, she's an entrepreneur. I started off 9 to 5s in the every bit and bobs along the way. And here is my take. It's okay to want to start a business, but you need to understand your why. It's okay to start a business, and it's still okay to have your 9 to 5 until the business begins to earn a level of, financial stability for you before you fully, navigate into it completely. But understanding your why is important. I'll tell you a bit of my why. I started cocktails based on the fact that I'm a very, very outgoing, outspoken individual. I can start up a conversation with a stranger in a twinkle of an eye. And I was having a conversation with a friend, and they were like, oh my God, you could actually do so well being a bartender or a mixologist, having a mobile bar. And in the UK at the time, it wasn't much of a big deal as we have it now. So I thought, why not? I can actually do well, because a good drink starts off from a conversation. And why not having a good drink behind the bar? And that was how the dream started. There's always a trial moment. So we tried in 2016, and I thought, ooh, this is a good one. And then eventually 2017, I had my first break by being a cocktail vendor or a mixologist for a wedding in February of 2017. And that's where we usually start our journey from, or that's where we start to count it from. And it's been an amazing journey so far. Now, the twist about being an entrepreneur is that you have to enjoy what you're doing. You have to enjoy it. You have to understand your why. And you need to also understand that it's not always going to be rosy all the time. Whilst we do deliver excellent service, we still have moments where we have to take on board certain feedback that may not totally align, but at the same time, it has been given and we have to address it. Understanding all of these things has helped me grow my business. We're not just in the UK, we're in Nigeria, and not just in Lagos. We cater to events in Abuja, Enugu, Ogun State, Ibadan. Over the years, we've been able to understand and structure the business in the way that it serves us and serves our clients solely. My advice to someone out there, it's okay to dream of having a business, of being an entrepreneur, especially in the UK. But understand that your business has to get to a certain point for you to be able to navigate fully from your 9 to 5 into that. It is going to come. It will happen. All of this didn't happen within 1 year. It didn't happen even within 2, 3, 4 years. But by being consistent, we've been able to stand firm where we are, delivering excellence and also delivering value for money for our clients. It will happen. You will get there. But my advice, again, is take it one day at a time. Keep going, keep pushing, remain consistent. Before you know it, the sky is only going to be your starting point. Understand also that you're not going to be the only one in that sector. You're going to have competitors. So think about how best to manage that situation as you go along. But in a nutshell, keep going. Do not be tired. Thank you for having me.
Wow. Keep going. Do not be tired. All right, so to kick off the next panel session, I'm going to... Okay, look who we have here. Please celebrate Dr. BB again. All right, next I'll be bringing up Mr. Sam Yusuf, who is a two-time founder and CEO of Atlas Exchange, a cross-border payments and liquidity infrastructure platform connecting global markets to Africa. With over a decade of experience across banking, telecoms, and fintech, he specializes in payments, operation, reconciliation, and FX. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sam. Thank you very much. The next person that you would be hearing from as part of the panelists is an award-winning entrepreneur and technology leader with over 15 years of experience driving innovation and growth across diverse sectors, including digital technology, real estate, healthcare, and oil and gas sector. As the founder and managing director of multiple successful enterprises in the UK, Nigeria, and even Zambia, he has built a reputation for transforming ideas into scalable, profitable businesses. Please join me and welcome Mr. Wole Olushola. All right, so sit back, enjoy, and please draft in your questions and glean from this wonderful people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. So while we were planning this, we talked about like the kind of audience we're gonna have, and we know it's gonna be a mix of different people with different priorities. Now, as somebody asked in the previous session that if you have visa issues and stuff, from what I've learned in this country, apologies, I've not actually had any visa issue before, so I'm not the best to give this advice. But from one of the things I've learned in this country is that actually starting your own business, on having your own thing, is one of the easiest way to actually like move yourself forward. So I've decided to bring people that don't just do business here, they do it across country. And by the way, the lady that gave the keynote lecture is open to mentoring 10 people into the cocktail business. So if you're interested, just mention to the ushers, and then we're going to connect you with her. Just to put in perspective, any big event you hear in the country called Nigeria, it's a cocktail that is being served, including Davido's wedding and all the likes and stuff. So they fly her down to Nigeria to just come and prepare cocktail for events. Yeah, so if you want to get into that, she would be willing to mentor a couple of people. All right, thank you very much once again for joining me on the panel. I'm just going to go straight into the questions. Yeah, so let me start from Mr. Wole, because you've been here for like maybe 20, 30 something years now. Yeah, he's been here for like forever. What was the biggest unexpected challenge you faced when starting your business in the UK?
Oh, so thank you very much, Dr. Bibi, for having me. I really appreciate it. So it's really good to be here. So when I started my business, actually, I started, well, I've done so many businesses, some successful, some not so successful, but the whole point of it has been learning from it and being able to take those lessons learned from one failure or success, whatever you might want to call it, into the next one. So as you said, I've been here for quite a while, and the very first business that I did in the UK was actually selling drinks. So when I say selling drinks, it was those you know, the vending machines, right? You go to shopping centers, you see vending machines there. So at the time, what I thought about was when you go to a barber shop, well, you sat there for like an hour. You know, you go to your hairdressers, you sat there for such a long time, right? Why do we put a vending machine in there, or why do we put a fridge in there and sell, you know, super malt, sell cokes and sell stuff like that? So that's actually the very first thing I ever did, which was okay for a period of time. But some of the challenges at the time, or for me, learning it is actually understanding what makes a business, or what separates a business from being a hobby, or how many people, or like my color, or people like me doing that thing or wanted to do it. It almost felt like an alien thing to do at the time. But you know, these days there's so many businesses, so many people doing different things. But at the time, the challenge was having people or seeing people do something similar to what I wanted to do or wanted to be at the time. So I think you know, not having the right network at the time was a bit of a challenge, just because it just wasn't available as it is today, and the internet wasn't there to help you either. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to ask this man the next question, but before I ask him, I actually spoke to him some days ago because one of the reasons was one of our guests cancelled due to health reasons, and our love and prayers are with the specific guest. And then when I spoke to him, he was almost saying he is not going to come. Then I told him, we're going to keep it real in the room. So he said, yeah, if you want to keep it real, then he's going to come. So now, keep it real with us, Mr. Sam. What practical steps can someone take this month to validate a business idea?
Right.
By the way, can you start from this side? You told me anybody can do anything, can do any business. He's a fintech person and he doesn't code, from what he told me. So I don't know. He said he believed he can build anything, and he builds. And by the way, his company runs majorly in the US and Canada. So we spoke around 11, 12 midnight, because that's when he's always working. Yeah, so can we start from that before you talk about this question?
All right, again, thanks for having me, right? And it's actually very good to be here. So now, the thing is this, because when we spoke a few days ago, I told him, I said, honestly, I am not sure what people really want to hear. If they are just only interested in the fancy story, trust me, I don't really think the audience is for me. And he said, yeah, these are people that really want to like get to know what it takes, right? Building things ground up. And I'm like, okay, then let's do it. So now, looking at it, anything can be done. But the very first thing that I always tell people is you need to firstly believe in yourself, right? When I was starting my company 2 years ago, I was actually doing my master's in Bradford DNA. The regulations, everything was like, this thing is never going to be possible. Then I told myself, I said, well, that is what they said, but it's completely different from what I believe in. I don't write any line of code. I don't have any fancy background. I don't have any money. Then I look at my network. That was the very first thing. I look at one of my friends and I told him, you are very good in coding, right? He said, oh, yeah, I can. I said, okay, this is what I intend to do. Can you look at this? He said, okay, yeah, I can. Then he started. He built the very few code. While he was doing it, I look at the company and I said, oh, you guys, you are currently paying this fancy pricing to do this. I can do this for you at half of this price. Are you really willing to test the software that we are building? He said, are you sure that you can do this? I said, oh, why not? I can. Then I looked back at my own country. I looked at them. I said, oh, you guys, you have these licenses that you are not using. I have a company that is ready to bring this volume. I have this infrastructure. What do you guys think? Let me use this license. This is actually going to be the pricing, the commission, and all those things, right? And again, they said, okay, if you are very certain you can do this, you can. Again, what am I telling you right now? This is, we just bring in everybody, everything into a single infrastructure. And before you know it, the company started. So again, this is me telling you that if you can like start a fintech, a tech company, then what else again you can't do if you actually have like the right conviction to start the journey. Now, to come back to your question in terms of the practical way for you to validate your business, again, it boils down to you being able to speak to people. I feel like that's the very first thing. While I might agree that one of the questions I was asked initially was, okay, if you're a very shy type, someone like me too, I also find it difficult to walk up to people and speak. But one very major hack that has always worked for me is, if you don't really make it about yourself, most people always love to talk about themselves, about what they have accomplished in life. So if, let's say, I'm meeting you for the very first time right now, and I read a bit about you, I've seen the things that you've done, and I walk up to you and I said, oh, BB, I saw you at this conference. Can you tell me more what exactly motivates you to build this whole thing? Trust me, that for me, even though I am a very shy person, right? But the fact that I'm pushing it to him in a way, it will be motivated to walk me through his journey to say, oh, okay, I started this. Then from there, we kickstart the conversation. So in order for you to test any idea, the very first thing is to speak to people, right? Look at your circle. Those are your very first immediate win, right? Talk to your friends. Oh, this is what I want to do. I intend to actually start, let's say, this Zobo, right? If I should make this, will you buy from me? Because again, one thing is for people to show intent. Another thing is for them to show commitment in terms of ready to pay, right? Because again, any form of business you are doing and people are not ready to pay is just like you doing it for free, and that doesn't count, right? So first thing is speak to them. If they love the idea, then get commitment from them, no matter how little. And this is now very important. If we don't just say, okay, it's my friend, I just want to take a freebie. No, you must be willing to commit to it, right? If you have those commitments from those people, one or two, then you can create a very simple survey, right? These days, these things are very easy. Create a very simple survey, push it online, tell people, this is what I'm doing. What do you think? Do you love this idea? Are you willing to pay for it? Once you have those two things, trust me, you have something extremely solid to start with.
All right, thank you very much. Also, can you prepare your questions? I know there are a lot of the sizable number of people in the audience that actually are planning to run a business or they've started running one. So I would ask this question from Mr. Wale. If you were starting again today, like you're starting your business again or you're starting a new business, what are the things you would do differently in the first 90 days?
So can I just very quickly add to what Mr. Yusuf said earlier regarding the how to validate your business idea? I think a lot of people people have ideas. We all have different ideas, but we always get stuck in the procrastinating stage where you don't actually do it. So the very first thing is just do it, right? You have this idea, don't let it be there forever. Just do it. What's the worst that can happen, right? It won't work. Fine. Learn from it, move on. So the first thing is always just do it. And then you can then validate, because if you have the same problem, there's a very likelihood that somebody else would have the same challenges or problem as well. So you are not just solving that problem for you, you're solving it for others. And as far that you can solve a problem for people, people will buy into it, right? So what would I do different? There's something I always say to everybody, which is your network is your net worth, right? One of the things I'll do right is making sure I have the right network of people to either validate some of the things I'm thinking about, or I've got the right people that I can go to, mentorship, people that have done what I wanted to do before, and I wanted to emulate what they've done and do that. So some of the things I'll do definitely differently is making sure I have the right people to connect with, to either help me, or people that can bounce ideas off, or they can make me go from where I am to the next level. So I think that's one of the key factors that people need to get into, which is always making sure you have the right people that you could connect with. I think that's one of the things I'll make sure I do separately or differently rather.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to be taking questions from the audience now. I already have one with me, but before I read this one out, I'll ask Mr. Stamp, how much do I need to start a company in the UK?
That's a very funny question, right? And it's also
to come to you.
And it's also a very thoughtful one. again, it depends on what the vision looks like, right? And no amount is too little, and no amount is too much. Again, it boils down to what are you looking at. So let's say, for instance, right now, if you are looking into fintech, right, you need an average of a 100K up, right, for a start. Because again, you are looking at the compliance, the regulations, right? But now, if you are looking at these numbers, you might choose not to start at all, right? But yeah, what numbers are you looking at in order for you to start? You are looking at upward of that.
But wait, how did you start?
So again, one thing is, that is why I said nothing is impossible, right?
Wait, did you have the 100K or not?
As of when I started, right, that money wasn't there.
Okay, so how did you do it?
So what I did as of when I started was, again, it's extremely important for us to be able to validate what we intend to do. And because I know the users, I know what they want, I know their pain points. There are retail products and there are businesses in terms of B2B. So what I did then was for me to actually look at extremely big company, and I spoke to them. So meaning before any commitment, before any financial commitment from my side, I already have revenue coming in, right? So now what I did was just for me to build on existing infrastructure, and this in a way cost me nothing, aside from just me being able to tap into the current network, my network now. So meaning, fine, despite the fact that, yeah, people will tell you you need average of £1 million to launch, yeah, because trust me, the infrastructure is extremely expensive. But again, it boils down to you being able to understand where you are in the journey and you being able to start, which exactly what he said, right? You just being able to start from somewhere. And everything still boils down to you just understanding your network, right? And being able to identify the opportunities in those networks and capitalize on them.
All right, thank you very much.
Dodre, can I just add to that, right? So I'll frame that question slightly differently, which is how much does it cost? You know, you're saying how much does it cost to start a business? How much do you need? You actually need nothing. You need zero amount of money to start a business. The business starts from you first, making the first step, right? So the business starts from you having the idea of what you want to do. There's money around. There's money everywhere that you look at, right? So if you can prove to somebody that you have a genuine idea that would work and you're willing to put the work in and put the effort in, the money will come. The right investor, there are people within your network that have money sat in the bank account doing nothing. Well, I say doing nothing, but it's just there, right? They don't know what to do with it. But you have the idea. If you don't bring the ideas out and start, you're never going to get the funding you need to get to the next level, right? So you don't really need anything to start from day one. All you need is the passion, the hunger to want to do it and to elevate yourself to the next level. Everything else will come.
All right, thank you very much. Just before you say something, I'm going to read a question. How do I identify those people that have money in their bank account?
Trust me, they will find you. They will find you.
Okay.
Yeah, and the way they will find you is by positioning yourself in the right place, right? Because if you don't do that, you can't find it. Money won't just come to you. Position yourself, money will attract you.
All right, thank you very much. Because I have like 10 minutes more on this session. I'm going to start reading questions from the audience. The first question is, do you think one can do a 9-to-5 and successfully run a productive side business, or one needs to quit their 9-to-5, realistically speaking?
Yeah, so I'll use myself as an example, right? Because it's not always far to find something. So I worked 9-to-5 for a very long time, and whilst I was doing my 9-to-5, I think I had 2 or 3 different businesses on the side, right? So anyone that tells you and say, oh, you need to focus, quit your 9-to-5 once you start a business, that's not always the right way to do it, right?
Sorry to cut you. Can you put a time frame? I think you just resigned your 9-to-5 in the last 2-3 years.
Yeah, I did last year, and I probably should have done it a long time ago, but it was, to me, my 9-to-5 was my side hustle, to be fair.
Wow.
That's where you want to get to, which is sort of like, you don't have to quit your 9-to-5 because you've got your business. You need to be in a place where your business is thriving And then you need to then make a decision at that point that, okay, something has to go, right? If I'm going to go fully into the business, then the 9 to 5 goes. So that's where you need to be. So you don't always have to quit your 9 to 5 from day one just because you've got a working business. You can run both. There are software, there are things you can put in place, there are networks, there are people you can leverage in order to be able to combine both of them together in a way. So, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Sam, somebody just asked this. Are you open to investing in a business that is partly funded? They said any of you, actually, let me just ask. Somebody just wrote now, are you open to investing in a business that is partly funded?
When you say partly funded?
Okay, so, well, again, in terms of being open to a business that's partly funded, it boils down to who the funder is, right? The level of commitment, what they have done so far. But yeah, trust me, that's something we are looking into, but it boils down to what has been done. And again, in terms of partly funded now, that's, to me, it's not elaborate enough, but I am happy to have a further conversation around that outside this place.
All right. Yeah. So I'm going to answer on behalf of some of our guests. I know a lot of our guests. So check the people with green tags. You get it? Speak to them about your business idea. And I'm telling you, if it's grand enough, you'd get funding in this place. And if the funding is also not unrealistic, you get it? So you can't be looking for like £200,000 funding, and currently you don't have £10. You understand what I mean? So it should measure up. Like your funding, the funding you're looking for should measure up with what you have and what you are able to afford. I'll give you an example. People should be able to measure you and say that even if the business crash, you get what I mean? This person is worth something. You understand my point? So speak to people, pitch your business ideas across. After this, we're going to go on a break and networking session. So it's a good time to hook some of them down. They might be eating sandwiches, but hook them down. And I might be interested in also investing too, but let's keep it at that. Oh, okay. Yes. The second part of the question is, so now I get the full question now. So the business is partly funded by the government, but needs 30% matching fund. You get it, to get like full funding. So the person is asking, now I didn't read it fully from the beginning. So it's more like 70% is already funded by the government and it's available, but to pull the fund out, you need 30% matching fund. Is anybody willing to invest in stuff?
I mean, nobody would invest blindly into something, you won't get commitment straight away.
Okay.
As you've said, Dr. BB, it's probably worth just, maybe having more conversation about what the business is, go in details. But as I've said, though, as an entrepreneur, right, money is actually the least thing that I worry about. The most thing that I worry about is, where's the problem? Is this business idea solving that problem? If it is, the money will come, right? So as long as your idea is sort of like, what you say it is or what you think it is, the money will come. Let's have a conversation. You can speak to anybody about it.
Yeah, so I think this question was actually to follow on what you said about quitting your 9 to 5. Somebody is asking, at what point did you know that you actually needed to quit your 9 to 5 or you needed to stop?
That's a very good question, actually, because I think I knew that I needed to quit my 9 to 5 maybe 6 months, 7 months before I did. But then, as someone that's always worked, doing your 9 to 5, you've got this regular income coming in, you've got this salary coming in, you're depending on that, you're, almost sort of, you've got that regular, you've got that thing, you've got that comfort zone there. So I have to fight with myself. I have to fight a battle and say, this 9 to 5 is actually getting in the way of me getting to where I want to get to with my businesses, right? So we have to make a decision, and it has to be a rational decision. It has to be a decision where my businesses are bringing me enough income to almost replace, that 9 to 5, that I wouldn't feel it at that point in time. So once you get to that position, you will know within yourself, and it's just a matter of, having the courage to say, right, I need to let go of the comfort zone. I need to let go to know that by the 30th of each month, I'm going to get my salary to pay my bills. Once you're ready to do that, you will know at that point in time that the time is right for you to focus your energy in your business. But before you get that, before you do that, please make sure that your business is sufficient enough to be able to carry all your other expenses, because you don't want to get in a situation where, oh, okay, I'm going to quit my 9 to 5, and then you're struggling with your business. So that's why I go back to what I said earlier. It's as long as you can manage it, there's ways that you can manage your 9 to 5 and your business. Is when you get to a stage where you need to let one go, you yourself would know that at that point in time.
Yeah, I think a lot of people that came here came for business, because the number of questions I have to read out here is amazing. Yeah, so Mr. Sam, we now need to start keeping it short because of time. If you were to start a fintech company today, what problem will you choose to solve?
That's a very great question. And I feel like the very first major problem that I would look into solving would be regulation, right? Compliance is a major bottleneck, because in a way, before you can scale anything, any infrastructure, you must get that side of things right. If you don't get it right, then no matter what you are building, you won't be able to scale it. So I feel like compliance is going to be like the primary thing. It's not even tech, it's not AI, it's not money, right? It's mostly compliance. That's like a major bottleneck if you're looking at building anything fintech today. Because again, your banking infrastructures, you being able to like debit, credit, move money, introduce AI, all of those things will be built on that. So yeah, compliance is very key.
All right, thank you very much. This is the last question I'll take from the audience. Anybody that asks question, tell them to ask after the break. Somebody want to ask a question? Yeah. Just before I come to you, I'm going to ask Mr. Wale this: are there business incubators, in the UK that can support business ideas?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's so many different incubators and different. You talked about the government funding the business just then as well. There are so many institutions and so many organizations like that people can always leverage. The panelists earlier, they spoke about LinkedIn as well. So on LinkedIn, there are venture capitalist companies, right? They are there. They're fishing. They're looking for different ideas. They're looking for people with genuine ideas, people with passion, right? People that wants to do something. So there's always all those type of networks available for people to do. But again, I'll go back to what I said before. The first thing first is always having that business first that people can actually invest in or people can support you with. With government-backed funding as well to do that. So yeah, there are many opportunities out there that you can see. And also as well, there are free events, free networking events. If you go on Eventbrite, right, just go there, type in free and type in business in your postcode. You'll see it. There's so many people, there's so many different things going on that you could go and you'll be able to leverage other people there and leverage some of funding available to you. So yeah.
All right, thank you. Can we have the question from, yeah.
Again, 2 questions. One for Mr. Sam. And then I'll go to you, right? Mr. Wale. So, Mr. Sam, I've started a business called technicalpiks.com, and it's in the financial services, basically. Utilizing my experience in the stock market to promote, to give people insight and educating them to more people to invest long term, and training, to get into investing and utilizing, their portfolio. It could be ISA, could be SIP, to then increase their net worth, right? So. Starting a business, essentially, in the UK cost about £20, £30 to register your business, and buying a domain, you're talking anywhere from £50 to £100, right? Just to start a business to leverage on what you already know, right? Now, you've talked about no code, which you can learn and, get started up with another £100. So, but the key thing is, with any business, is marketing. If you have your marketing strategy right, then you can scale, right? The question to you, before I get to you, Mr. Wale, is how do you go about marketing your, in the fintech space, in the financial technology and investing and all that kind of stuff, in spite of all the regulations, and also, like Felicia said, with AI governance and all that stuff, that needs to be taken into consideration. So how do you market yourself, right? That's the question for you. And then for yourself, Mr. Wale, I noticed that you've got seed property and seed, healthcare, which essentially the healthcare side provides services for like home care, like for the elderly, and I also had a look at that, built a system for that as well. However, I parked it because, again, marketing, and didn't really know how to. But based on having a look at your website, what I built was quite convoluted, but yours is quite straightforward. But there's an underlying work that you do, which essentially ties into what you mentioned earlier, which was value. Now, without value, providing your business case is nothing, really. So, which you provide, and also had a look at your seed property, which essentially also provides value in terms of development, investing in property, Airbnb, Verbo, and all that kind of stuff. You're also providing value there. However, without marketing, it goes nowhere. You can't be seen. So, similar question to Mr. Sam. How do you market in both spaces that you're involved in? These are questions for both of you, but similar questions, but in different industries.
All right. Thank you for that. That's actually quite interesting question, right? And I completely agree with you that distribution is everything. Now, when I was launching my product, the very first thing we had to look into is the unique selling points, because it's very important. In any product you are trying to do, you need to understand what it's like. You need to understand the unique selling points. What exactly are you doing differently? So for us, we focus on the pricing and we focus on the service. So let's say the other companies that were actually doing that prior to us, they were paying like £1 per transactions. We look at it and we are like, okay, yeah, we should be able to actually like help you guys save better. Looking at that transaction cost alone in terms of pricing, we're able to get them to do business with us. So again, you need to actually ask yourself, what are the unique selling points that you are bringing into the market? So I feel like that's extremely, extremely, extremely key for me. So you just need to like be able to understand yourself, understand your business, understand the value that you want to propose to them. And if you're able to log that in, then you should be fine. So for me, that's just going to be the major thing that I would suggest that any company should do in terms of distribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so somebody asked a question earlier about, when you're messaging somebody on LinkedIn and you don't often get a response. I think you should take a leaf out of, your book. The way you asked that question was very great, because, we've been here for, maybe 10, 15 minutes or so, right? You've done your research just then. You've looked into what we do, and you're able to approach us in a way that we're willing to share like what we did or how we do it. So I think, I just wanted to commend you a little bit about how you approach that. And that's, Dr. Bibi, you talked about, networking with people, how shy you are. What is done just then, just do that little bit of a background check and speak to other people goes a long way. To answer your question about marketing, right? What I did with my business, right? You spoke about unique selling point for your business, right? I tailored my business to provide value to people where I don't have to go out there to look for buyers. I don't have to go out there to look for customers. I don't have to look like that. All I did was just leverage existing infrastructure out there, right? For the property side of business, there's, it's well documented in the UK or in the world even about the shortages. So I knew there was a problem. There's a problem there to solve in the first place, right? So which meant, as part of my business case, as part of my business idea was, okay, what market am I going out first, right? All I needed to do was just put my product out there, then the buyers will come to me straight away. I don't have to, focus more on my marketing, budget and stuff like that, right? So that's what I did. I was just already providing a solution for a problem that exists in the market out there. For the healthcare business, same thing applies, right? It's an aging population in the UK, which means there are more, adults than there are youth in the UK at the moment. So it's always going to be a problem there to solve for my business, right? So all I did was provide a service, and then the unique selling point for that was I don't have to go out there to look for people to come to my business, right? All I had to do was just get my product in a way that I can market it to the city council. So imagine if I get on a framework for Leeds City Council, for example, right? All they do is every, certain people are certain age that needs to go to nursing home or they don't want to go to nursing home. I am already on the framework for them. They come to me. They come to our business and say, right, we've got this package, we've got these people, can you look after them? Yeah. So in fact, sometimes you get more business than you have capacity to provide. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the unique USP of your business would actually tell you how you can market your business, how you can get out there, and how people can find you as well, and just leveraging on existing infrastructure. That's what I did.
Thank you very much. This is a very long question, but I would like the answer to be shorter than the question. So how do you find people who will be interested in helping your business grow? For me, I have social media pages where I put out consistently, but growth seems slow, and it is frustrating. It is really frustrating. I'm trying to build something on social media so I understand this person. Also, networking has also made little to no improvements. Everyone seems to price you so cheaply or even free. Any advice? Just short advice.
All right. So for the very first question, right? If let's say you are putting something out there and you are not getting the result that you want, again, consistency is key. If you're starting something today, right? Just like when the very first set of speakers, when they are speaking, algorithm will be picking it. You might not really get the result like instantly. You just need to like stay committed to it. Now, another very secret that I'm going to share is this. Let's say, for instance, when you're starting something, it's possible that people don't know you. Then that's where the power of you influencers comes in, right? So you just need to be able to work with those that are already fully recognized in whatever industry or in whatever things you want to do. So let's say, for instance, right now, for me, when I was launching out, I could not even tell most of these companies that I was dealing with that I was the founder, I was the CEO of the company, because they would look down on me. What did I do? I was able to save enough, look at those that are very, very good, well established in that industry, poach them to my company, started paying them salary. So they were actually like the face of the brand, the face of the company as of when I was launching out, right? And these guys, they did fantastic job in onboarding all these companies for me. So again, when you are starting out, people might not really like be able to believe in you, but because they know BB, right? If BB should like say, okay, yeah, I trust this person, then they will listen. So I feel like, again, pending when your voice will be out there, you just need to be able to like network with people and like tap into them. So that's just what I'm going to suggest.
Thank you very much.
That, yeah.
So a very good example is if your business is to kind of sell things to pastor, yeah, you just need to be close to pastoral to kind of be the front face of it. And before you know, you've sold to like 100 pastors for free.
For free,
yeah. You get it? So it's that easy.
I mean, yeah, you asked for a short answer. I think the shortest answer I can give to that is Rome was not built in a day, right? So you have to keep going. Many entrepreneurs will tell you that, they've tried. There are people that post on social media. They'll tell you post every single day for 100 days. The first one might not get a like. The second might not get a like. The 50th might not get a like. But then there'll be that one that gets out 2, 3, 4 likes. And guess what would happen at that point? People will go back and look at every other post you've posted, and they'll say, oh, I didn't know you did this. So the point there is just keep going.
All right, thank you very much. I'm currently a college student, and I've been having the idea of starting a business, even though it is something little. What will you advise me to do? That's the second to the last question.
Well, it depends.
Let me actually allow him to start, because I think you started your first business in college. Am I right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, in fact, I think I said the first one was selling drinks at the barber shop. I don't actually think that was the first one. I think the first one I did was back in Nigeria. I wasn't there. I was just I don't know how many Nigerians are in here. There's these Keke, you know, the
Napep.
Keke Napep, yeah. So it was that. I think that was then when that, you know, tricycle was very popular at the time. And then I got confused. Oh yeah, you know, you can just buy one, leave it there. You know, you keep bringing your money in every month, and that was the first one I ever did, right? So I guess to answer that question is, what business can you do? It's look around you. You know, look around you. You might be in college, you might be everywhere. You might even be like, you know, you're selling something to your students at college. It depends on who you are as well, what you're passionate about and what you want to do. But there's always a problem around you to find a solution for.
All right, thank you very much. And the other thing is, I just want to chip this in. When you're doing a business, celebrate your small wins. Everybody has the biggest win they're looking for. As they're seated there, I know they have aspirations of the next big business they want to do. But celebrate your small win. If you sell to 2 customers, put it out there. We just got our shipment delivered or sent out to our fantastic customers. Now, when you keep putting that there out over and over again, somebody would be like, this person is, make a video of how it's going out, put the video out there, and some of these things. Before you know it, people will start resonating. They'll start thinking that, yeah, what you are doing is actually substantial. But if you keep doing it with your mouth, nobody would believe you. You get it? I'm sure a couple of you might have come here because you've seen some of the things we've put out before as an organization, as Dosi. So I'll give you the last question. So when you start a business with your network that has a pool of talents, which builds one company, as one sole founder and tech lead, how do you give shares? Because you can't pay them high enough. What percentage is permissible? Yeah, so for this question, I'm going to leave it till the tech session because we're going to go on break now. After the break, we're going to be having 2 more panel sessions. The first one is about tech. It's still business in tech, getting into high-paid jobs in tech, and at the same time, cybersecurity. And there's something fantastic happening in that session. We have a keynote speaker who has agreed that his company would be getting 30 mentorship, a certificate-based cybersecurity thing for just 30 people that would be picking at random from this event. So we'd have the break now, just for you to catch something. A lot of you left your house very early, so you would go to the overflow, have the lunch, or just the minor snacks, and then we'll come back in 10 to 15 minutes. Now, while you are having something, please network with somebody. You get it? This is the essence of this event. Now, can you put your hands together for my panelists again? They've been fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, so we can go on break now and just have something little to take. And while you're having your break of 10 minutes, please make sure you network with somebody. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life. Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life. Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life. Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life. Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life. Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life. Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life. Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life. Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life. Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career.
Okay,
so let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life.
Okay. So we still have another networking session coming up. But for now, we have two panel sessions coming up as well. So we want to sort of leave more room towards the other end so that we can network more. You can please get those in the overflow in, please. You can grab your coffee, your tea, your drink. Are we learning a lot? I was working on also taking notes now. What Mr. Yusuf said,
Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive
Sam said actually was
Conference,
so
where we're
profound
dedicated
to
to helping
me.
you elevate your skills and thrive in your
talked of
career.
how,
So let's get started and make this the best
even though
networking
you
and
are
upskilling
the
experience of
owner
your
of
life.
the vision, you could still put someone else's face. Was anyone like amazed by that? I found that I don't think I've done that before. You look at yourself that, okay, at this time I might seem more like a liability, even though I'm not. How about we put someone in there, have them be the face, inspire confidence. And the thing is, it doesn't change the fact that you are the founder of the vision. So I think that's a reflective point for me. I can just get people's thoughts. So maybe get two people. What has stood out to you today? So I just mentioned my reflection point, like it just blew my mind. Any thoughts? I want to hear maybe from two people in the audience. What has stood out to you from the first two sessions, the first one and the second? Yes, please.
So I think, like I was telling you one time, I've been holding on for a while now, and
Welcome to the Elevate and Thrive Conference, where we're dedicated to helping you elevate your skills and thrive in your career. So let's get started and make this the best networking and upskilling experience of your life.
Impressive. Thank you so much. I'm sure a lot of us echo that same thoughts because you can really see people doing what has been on your mind. It's a different type of inspiring. Can I hear from two more people, please? Something that has stood up to you or something you wrote down. You're like, yeah, I need to think about this. Yes, please. Maybe someone from this side. Anyone? Feel free. I did just call people's names as well. Okay, I don't recognize a lot of people. Okay, I'm going to pick on my PhD. Okay, good.
Oh, hi. So I think one thing that's I'm just going to go home with amongst, the list of other things is don't let an idea remain an idea, right? That's not where it's supposed to end. So I think that's one thing I have to, take back home and make sure that all the many ideas don't remain ideas.
Oh, yes, we have one more. Thank you.
So for me, I'm just going to merge two things. The first is that there are always opportunities, whatever level you are in your journey. So, it's okay to feel like, so at this stage, I'm still having this restriction, I'm having this issue, how do I get this opportunity? But where I am, there are still opportunities that I can leverage on. And the second part is about knowing my unique selling point. I think that's a big thing. I need to be able to establish or tell myself so that when I'm seeking out opportunity or people to buy into my dream, I am convincing enough, like there is no self-doubt.
That was echoed also in the first session when Felicia was talking of how, she hypes herself up and there's nothing actually stopping me from being in this space. I belong to this space, whether I'm the minority or not. And it's true, there is a psychological layer sometimes as well. So there's just so much reflection points, but we'll move on at this point since we have two sessions coming up. I'll invite Felix, okay, and he's going to talk us through Dosi, just to explain Dosi a little bit. And how many of us have watched the first season? Okay, Good. That means you have some fun catching up to do, after this. A lot of the faces you're seeing here, you would go more in depth in their story, understand where they've been. Please, let's welcome Felix. Please introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felix, and I'm one of the team members of Dosi. And it's a privilege to be here to, introduce one of the fastest growing a podcast in our space. So Dosi started in October 2025. We started in Robo Studios in Leeds, and what started as a very small thing has become very, very impactful for a lot of people. And we have a team of 8 people, and we have, as you can see on the screen, we have BB, myself, Okwe, and Bro Kelvin, Rebecca, and these people are behind everything you see on the screen, everything you see on our pages, on our YouTube and Instagram and social media pages. This team are very disciplined and very dedicated. Each one of us that you see here, we have our 9 to 5 that we do, our regular jobs, but out of those regular jobs, we take hours, sometimes 4 or 5 hours in a day to produce contents. And so the kind of content we shoot is we have the long form content, which is sometimes average of an hour long, some 30 minutes. We speak to mentors, we speak to great people that have achieved a lot in this country, people that have immigrated into the United Kingdom and they've become successful. They share their stories, and the podcast is more about storytelling and encouragement, mentorship. We also have another form of production we do, which is the short form. That usually goes on our Instagram page. That probably 30 seconds, 1 minute long, and which is really good. And one thing I want to recommend is everyone here needs a mentor, to be honest, because we all use Google Maps especially, and even though you're trying to drive home sometimes, you know the way home, but what the map does is it recommends the shortest route back home. There may be roadworks on your way back home. That's what mentorship is basically doing. Mentorship is someone that has walked the path you're trying to walk, and they can give you the quickest path to get to your home. And when you watch our program on probably any channel or any platform, you would be able to get this benefit or gain something that will really save you a lot of time, a lot of stress, and a lot of effort that you would have wasted on doing things by yourself. So the main thing is subscribe to our channels. So on the badge, you would find our our handles on the badge you're wearing on every platform. I'll just give everyone like a minute to just go to those platforms and probably get engaged and something. So I'll just stop talking for a minute so people can do that now. Thank you.
So it's just Diary of Successful Immigrants.
Yeah.
You write the full thing on YouTube and you would see Dosi come up. So if you put...
All right. So I think a couple of us done it. So the last thing I'll just say is your potential is bigger than your current circumstances, and you don't need perfection to succeed. You need resilience, honesty, and a commitment to continuous improvement. We invite you to engage, to learn, to grow, and to contribute. Together, we can build a community where excellence is normal and progress is shared. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. You can also see on your card, you can also see the handles if you would want to follow it. Each of those episodes are inspiring, they're funny, they're interesting. And you just, if you're doing something, you can just listen in and you just be inspired. Now we're moving to the next session, and we have a keynote first by Mr. Abdul Rahman. He's not here, but we have a short video for that. So I'll just introduce him quickly. Mr. Abdul Rahman Olayinka Akombi is the CEO of SciComm Integrated Solutions. He's the founder, and it's a UK-based IT consultancy and cybersecurity firm With over 2 decades of experience in technology leadership, he has worked with global organizations and led high-impact projects across cybersecurity, cloud, and digital transformation. Let's please have his video up. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. It is a real privilege to be part of the Elevate and Thrive conference. I am joining you virtually from Nigeria on a business trip, but I'm fully with you in this moment. Let me get straight into it. The future is not something we are waiting for anymore. We are already inside it. Technology is reshaping everything: how we work, how we communicate, how businesses operate, how societies function. And at the center of that shift is AI. AI is accelerating decision making, automating processes, and unlocking new levels of innovation. But here's the reality most people don't talk about enough. Every enhancement in technology also expands the surface for risk. The more connected we become, the more exposed we are. So, what this really means is simple: technology without security is liability. And this is where many individuals and organizations are falling behind. They adopt tools, they digitize operations, but they don't build the security mindset to match the growth. The gap is where problem starts. Now, a bit about what we do. I am the CEO of SciComm Integrated Solutions, and at SciComm Integrated Solutions, we focus on helping organizations become resilient, not just technically, but strategically. We work across cybersecurity, AI, and emerging technologies, building systems that are secure, scalable, and ready for the future. But beyond organizations, we also invest heavily in people, because the biggest risk in cybersecurity is not just technology, it's the skill gap. There are opportunities everywhere in this space, but not enough people equipped to take them. That's why, as part of our contributions, we will be offering 3 cybersecurity foundational scholarships. This is for individuals who are ready to step into this space and build real practical capabilities. Because the future will not be defined by those who watch it happen. It will be led by those who understand it and take action. So wherever you are in your journey, don't sit on the sidelines. Learn, adapt, just position yourself. Because tech is not just the future, it is the present, and cybersecurity is what will hold that future together. Thank you for having me, and I wish you all the clarity and courage to take your next step. Thank you.
still owing me a code. That's why I'm not. I'm saying it publicly. Some people know about it. Even pastor can bear me witness. He's owing me a code. That's why I'm not yet a tech founder yet. So
Kelly, you have to give the code before we report you to ICE. Just to add to what he's just said, I know a lot of people when they call me for things like this, they're looking at my my 9-to-5 career and everything. I think I actually agree with Wole when he said his 9-to-5 for a very long time was his side hustle. He even used side hustle. Me, I now described it as that they are my benefit providers. Yeah, that's my 9-to-5. So I've put my hands into a lot of stuff. And I want to buttress what you've just said now. Abdul, who's just talked now, is one of the partners that I have. He's the technical guy. He's talked so much with machines. Sometimes he talks like machines, you know. And then the other part of the human side is where I also come in. And I'm sure Sheyi, who is on the crowd right now, I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying this. It's our collaboration that just got the government grant, right? That he was mentioning. And the product we're pushing out there is an AI built, you know how passionate I am about people getting into jobs. It's an AI built tool that if, for instance, your persona is you're a digital marketer, we will place you on that tool, and then you, from day one, you would know how it's an office simulation of how when you join a company, you know, and the AI, the tool is talking to you as if your manager is talking to you and all that. Now, where do I come in? I come in from the fact that the population we are trying to give this opportunity to are people who probably they don't have recourse to public funds. They've come into this country, brilliant people, finish A-levels, can't go to university because, hey, you have to pay international fees. And so they are now forced into gap year. And the idea is these people will not do gap year in Primark because they are intellectuals that need to be groomed. And the government saw that as a very viable product for this particular thing. So what am I saying in essence? When people say tech and immediately they default to code, I get angry because it's giving the wrong impression about what technology is. If you had a shop, I use this as an example, and you are selling popcorn, crepes, and somebody comes in and they says, which one is the best popcorn? You say, oh, this brand, because this. I will put it into the tech environment. That is tech sales. Somebody comes to me and say, I need an instance that would be able to be a good CRM. Oh, go for this, because it gives you this, it gives you this, it gives you this. Same skills, different domain. So there is no skill that you're doing now that you cannot move into the tech space because it's just domain change.
very much. Just talking about that, Mr. Sam, which emerging tech role will create the most opportunity in the next 3 to 5 years?
Okay. Well, the way I see it, right, looking at the tech side of things, then I'm going to say if you are able to automate and use AI to fix problem, certainly that's what the future looks like. Now, aside from the AI side of things, I also believe you being able to tell story, right, is also extremely important. So meaning the soft skill that most of the companies, right, we suffer with today is people being able to tell story, because it's not just enough for you to have a great work, but how are you able to amplify your voice? How are you able to tell the story to the world in such a way that they will listen to you, they will believe what you are doing, they will see what you are doing. So I feel like, yeah, a storyteller, no matter what, they will always find a space in what is going to happen next. And considering the current trend, those that are also extremely good in AI, how they can use it to like automate processes for companies. To me, I feel like those are two key things, right? That is extremely important. Because if anybody should ask me right now that, yeah, what are the top things that I'm looking forward to in anybody or in any case that I'm discussing to people with, for me, it's going to be that.
All right, thank you very much. So I would also say this. I was watching a podcast. It's a very popular one, and there's this tech guy that came up, and he said, the way tech is going, what it's going to do is it's going to make everybody less busy with normal work. You get what I mean? You know, the world has been about work. So things are going to be so automated that people would have enough time for relaxing time. So if you can build things that has to do with entertainment, that would entertain people, you get what I mean, when they have free time and they don't know they are being entertained. That is also a big part of tech. Now, let's quickly start going into the questions from the audience. Does anybody have a question? Yeah. Okay. Let me have this man. As they pass the mic to him, I will just read this question to Kelly first, then others. From your personal experience, as generative AI, GAI, really displays job in tech, and how are people transforming themselves to fit future situations of work, given an approach to super intelligence?
Yeah, so these are the questions that always come up as regards. So I want to make a distinction when it comes to, there's a difference between software engineering and programming. So programming is all about writing code. Software engineering is different. So software engineering is all about architecture, infrastructure, the trade-offs in programming actually. So programming is all about writing code basically. But when you have somebody that is a software engineer, irrespective of so he automates the process, like he has said, automation basically. So that's infrastructure, basically, infrastructure development. So what I do is that I direct the AI, basically. So because sometimes you have to do that, AI hallucinates. That's the truth. Even ChatGPT will tell you that don't trust everything that I bring. Like I said, no investor will bring a $1 million on a company that is AI driven without humans to hold responsible. You get. So now what is there is that, so I tell people, when you learn software, when you learn programming, don't just learn how to write code, because computer can do that. Understand the foundation of software engineering. Understand what it takes. Understand the trade-off. Understand the patterns. Understand the algorithm, basically. So these are the things that when you are on the system, definitely AI is here to stay. You are not arguing with AI, but you can be the one to direct the AI into giving you what you want it for it. But if it's all about writing code, AI will do that for you. In fact, 90% of the best code now are written by AI, even better than humans. But sometimes you need that. That's why I say software engineering. It's encompassing infrastructure, architecture. So when I write code, basically, let me give you an example. When you write code, basically, there are some trade-offs, basically. So there are some things that cause synchronous processing and asynchronous processing. Let me just give you like a little example. Now, when you go to some site and you are trying to make payment, for example, and they look like a bank, let's say a bank, UBA, you try to do a transfer, and it's taking time to load, because most of the things, for example, are passed through, so they have to look at the account, check the account, provide the email. But as a software developer, you say, no, this thing is consuming time. The user will not have that 2 seconds to wait. What do I need to do? I need to push some tasks to the background such that you just process the payment and I can send you email in the next five seconds. So those things does not affect the process. So that's where the speed comes up. So these are all about architecture, basically, that you have to be the one to tailor the AI to match what you're looking for. Just an example of what, exactly. But if it's programming, computer writes good codes.
Yeah, but do you think it's displacing people's job at the moment?
So basically, I would just say it's evolving.
Okay.
First of all, is that let's have the mentality that AI is here to stay. We don't compete with AI. It's here to stay. It's part of our daily job now. So what is happening is that it is evolving. Like as a software engineer, I go more into architecture, infrastructure, automations, basically. Any process that you know that you can repeat, you should not be doing over and over again. Just write a process, write a batch process that does it for you over and over. And like Mr. Sam said, these are the people that will be of valuable in the future that is coming.
All right, thank you very much. Can we have the question from the gentleman?
Hi, I think it's Mr. Kelly, right? Okay, so I know we talk about AI, we talk about different roles, and we've talked about software engineering, but in my head, it's all of these roles could be put in a bracket, and that bracket could be expanded, and that what sits within that bracket is software development lifecycle, and with the software development lifecycle, you have I think you mentioned the engineering side and the non-engineering side. So within a software development lifecycle, you have the pre-pender side, which is the business side, right? Where you have the senior management, the business analyst, and all that sort of stuff, the product owner, the product. And then you have the engineering side, which sits after the feasibility side, which is trying to solve a problem, where the technical guys come in and solve that problem. So within the software development lifecycle, which goes from ideation all the way through to deployment, maintenance, operations. So what happens, so I have a question and I'm coming to it. Okay. So all of that can be encapsulated in that software development lifecycle. So there are multiple roles within that, like hundreds of roles. As we know, you mentioned architecture, and with architecture, you have to think about architecture design patterns, and with software engineering, you have security, you have some other roles that people don't really talk about, which is support, which people can think about as, a menial job, but it actually isn't. You can grow to become a support manager and all that kind of stuff. And you have cloud engineering, which doesn't really, cloud engineering requires less code than a developer would do, which essentially, there are opportunities over there. There is cloud security opportunities. So there are tons of different roles which AI would help you solve, right? It doesn't replace you, but it helps you solve it a lot faster, right? You can build agents to do all those things for you. So however, my question is, with all these many roles, right? I know AI governance has been talked about a lot as well, and development and all that kind of stuff, right? And automation and also storytelling, which a product owner and product manager and business analyst would, take ownership of. What are the hidden roles that AI augments that we're not really talking about? Because so that we can position ourselves in the future, in the present future. Does that make sense?
All right, thank you very much.
So the hidden roles, right?
Yeah, the hidden roles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in fact, I would say in the entire software development cycle, so basically this is the way it works basically. As let's say for example, Pastor is a product owner, or Pastor is a stakeholder, for example, that wants to invest. He has seen an opportunity, he wants to invest, he wants to build a software. Yeah, he walks down to a software company and say, hey guys, I want to build this software. Now the first thing is that there's what we call requirement gathering. AI can't do that. We have to sit down, Pastor, and go into an interview, Pastor, and say, okay, fine, what do you want to solve basically? Is it a church management system? Are you having a problem with having data, or do you want to scale up your church that you feel you need a software? Now, those are human interaction to get exactly, because we must give, Pastor is a stakeholder, he's the investor. We must give him exactly what he wants. If not, that project will not fly. So like I would say is that there are some human interaction that AI will not solve, basically. Requirement gathering, stakeholder gathering, leadership, even in software engineering. If there's anything that is about automation data, AI can solve that. But when it comes to anything that has to do with human gathering, human leadership, human interference, I think you still need humans to lead those processes, basically.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to come back to that question that I promised was going to answer, and we're going to answer in this session. When you start a business with your network that has a pool of talents which builds one company, as the sole founder and tech lead, how do you give shares? Because you can't pay them right now. What percentage is permissible? I'd go to...
Okay, so for that, right, I won't really say there is a right or wrong answer to it, right? Everything, first thing first is the level of commitment, right? So if, let's say, right now, as of when I was starting my company, right, I had to poach few friends to join in. But as of then, I wasn't going in full-time as well, right? But I asked them, what level of
what number of hours will you be able to commit into this? And what specific skill set are you bringing in, right? So I feel like those are the things that would actually guide in like allocating equity to them. Another thing is the fact that they are your friends does not really mean that they are not either way up above you. So meaning if, let's say, you know that without tech, without someone coding this thing, right, nothing can be done. And the person is coming to say, oh, I want 30%, I want equal share. It's for you to be able to say, okay, yes, while I agree that this is what you want, we also need this other side in terms of, okay, we need the compliance, we need someone to own commercial, right? And these are also as important as the skill sets that you are bringing. So everything boils down to you being able to have that difficult conversation. And one very important thing here is when you want to have this conversation, don't wait till when everything is okay before having it. As of when you are bringing them on board, have that conversation. It's always not very easy to have, but it's also very important to set things straight. Now, the very good rule of thumb, right, that all accelerators or investment companies will look into will be like, if you guys are starting from the idea stage and the level of commitment is the same thing, then it's just very okay for you to offer them something extremely close to what you have, like a 60-40 kind of thing. But now, in a situation where, let's say, you've committed, you've put in your money, no matter how little that is, you've been able to probably build an MVP, right? You've attracted few clients. At that point, you now need them to join in. Then a 5% would be reasonable. But if it's in a situation where, let's say, you're just thinking about the idea and you are here with your friend, you are both drinking together and you are gisting about it, you are telling him he's contributing to it. If at that point you are offering the person 5%, trust me, the person will say no to you. So again, it depends on the level you are, their level of commitment and what they are bringing to the table. Again, that conversation, don't delay it to future date. Have it as of when you want to bring them on board.
There's a follow-up to that. Can Zira undo that?
So basically my question was, because you said, what if you're bringing in a tech lead? So what if you're the sole founder, it's your brainchild, and you're also the tech lead, and you're the only person in tech on the, like, in your company, right? And you already have your MVP, and then you brought in your friends to take care of internal processes, to manage the project, and to just do some data analysis for you, that sort of thing. So now when you talk of giving shares, how much percentage in that aspect should you give them? And for example, if some of them are beginning to feel entitled to having a lot of shares, how do you now like navigate or, you know,
how do you
calculating it, especially when especially when like you guys need to start investing together, like, you know, putting in money to take care of some things, let's say hire a graphic design or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, again, this is actually very brilliant question, right? And for those that are building, for those that are running companies, right? In fact, based on statistics, one of the very easy way for any company to actually shut down is when the founders, when they don't agree, right? And that is why I'll keep saying it, that before things even get to a very global stage, as of when everything is still very little, it's very okay for things to be documented, it's very okay for processes to be put in place. Now, for this particular case that you highlighted now, you are the tech lead, you've been able to build a product, you've been able to launch, you've been able to bring in clients, then they are coming in to do operations. I'm not saying operation is not very important. Operation is very important. But you've done like the major background work. Plus again, it is your idea. So at that point in time, you would not see them as a co-founder. You would rather see them as early employee. And for early employee now, the right rule of thumb will be like 5% set aside. And that 5% that is being set aside now is not even going to just one person,
but it's going to be distributed across key hires. Because at that point in time, you've been able to like have a traction. And the moment you have a traction, it means what you really need basically is money. So if your friends are not joining you at that point in time, you could easily speak to any other person, raise funds, or speak to your uncle, get money, and hire for that specific role, not lose your equity at store. So again, it boils down, but if you now want to go through you giving out equity, then at that point you should not really give out anything above 5%, except they want to do something extremely vital.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm getting signals that I should round off. I think Mr. Kelly wants to...
Yeah, so just
before you add to that, what you were saying about sharing percentage, I actually shared percentage with him. But that's my tech thing. In fact, we had agreement, and every time we want to shift goalpost, I would tell him, there's something coming in, can I get 1% from your percentage and stuff? But still, it still did not deliver my stuff. So, Mr. Kelly, so can you speak about everything together?
Okay, so what I would say is, so I'm a technical person, and sometimes I tell people that are technical is sometimes don't be too proud. Yeah, don't be too proud sometimes. Because building a software is one thing, marketing, operation is another thing. Mostly when you are thinking of building a global brand, basically. So if you say you want to do it alone, you may have an app, but it's just 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 users. If you are thinking of getting the numbers in, like for me, I'm not good at marketing. And like you said, so in terms of building, I could say, oh, fine, you're good at marketing, I could build, let's partner. Okay, operations, because something I tell people is that app is just one thing, like you said. So maybe if you're in a fintech, everything powers on the app, basically, because it's like a service-based system, which is like a SaaS. If you work on a product-led system, let's say, how will I put it? Let's say like Amazon, that has to do with heavy investments in having shipping centers, in having... You can't do it alone. So build an app is just, on that particular sector, is just one thing. You need investors to come in and invest in the operations and the infrastructure. So at that point, so you can say, okay, fine, I've done the app, let me take 40%. You guys will bring in the money, put in the money, and so it's up to you, basically. Are you thinking of building a small niche app, or you're thinking of building a big global app? So basically, so like you said, it's a discussion. It depends on where you see the app, where you see the technology, and it's a discussion, basically. So I'll give you an example, just a quick one. Somebody built a system that, it was actually fair, it was doing well, had 1 client, 2 clients, but he brought in a marketing person, and this person blew up the clients into like 30 clients. Because the person had a network. And he said, for me to use my network, you have to give me a reasonable share in this your business. And if you give me the share in this your business, I promise you I will deliver 10x. And the guy said, okay, fine, let's sign the deal. And really it came up. So like I said, so it depends on where you see the business. And so there's more to the technical part of things. There's more.
All right, I think there's somebody that wants to ask a question. We'll make that question very fast, and we'll have one final question to Dr. Felicia, and we'll round this off.
Okay, good afternoon. My question is, so I have this understanding that people learn in different ways. So there are people who go into platforms, pick up something, go through the modules, learn, do the labs and all. There are also people who don't learn from that. The people who want to, they are more practical. They see what they learn and stuff. Now, I happen to be one of them. It's difficult starting a course, going through it, except I have someone who I'm actually doing it, like an accountability partner or something. Now, my question is, I've been hearing a lot about, you mentioned, mentorship, you mentored volunteering, but sometimes it's difficult to see where you want to volunteer. It's always like a closed system. So I want to ask, how do you find those places? How do you identify what places you want to move to, and those systems where you can volunteer in and start learning and building on the go for those of us who are more walking on the go kind of people?
Can I just add to this quickly? Just quickly. I always say all this, you're looking for where to volunteer. If you attend a church, a mosque, a shrine, a whatever, that is an opportunity for you to actually pick up a project and run with it. We have a practical example, someone who was a member of our church, who was a lawyer trying to break into technology law. And all we just said was, the church needs to get certified for GDPR. Can you be our DPO? And she went on, became the DPO of the church, right? From a volunteering point of view, put it on her LinkedIn and actually did the job. From LinkedIn, she was identified. She was doing her PhD in Liz Beckett as of that time. An AI company, I'm talking about 5 years ago, an AI company that was doing a groundbreaking research approached her on LinkedIn. The interview was at Cafe Nero, and they offered her a job. It was 20 hours, and as of that time, she was a student, and she was on £45,000 per annum. From volunteering to be the DPO of the local church. So what I'm saying in essence is, if you're looking at being a technology person or a social media person or whatever, look for the local charities that you can, pick up a project. I'm sure your imam is not going to tell you, don't do this. And really do it, and collaborate with people and really do it. There are opportunities for you to do that. And I know it's difficult because I'm not a learner who would, if you buy a webinar for me now, you're just wasting your money, right? I'm this kind of person that is about the doing, about the learning. I hope that answers the question.
All right, thank you very much. Just the last question. I want to make it cybersecurity specific. What's the biggest deal about cybersecurity? The biggest what? Deal. Why is it important?
The biggest deal about cybersecurity is that as long as we humans are dependent on technology, and the technology is also being built by human and AI, there is always going to be an issue, right? And cybersecurity is not only about the people who wear hoodie and they are doing stuff. Cybersecurity is about protecting the digital assets for any organization. And he's been saying something about compliance. My head is just ringing because I know I'm never going to be out of a job. Because we will always continue to make mistakes in technology. No matter how fantastic Kelly is, he still needs me. Now, I don't know if you've been listening to the news in recent times, and maybe tip 101 for people who want to be in cybersecurity. Cloud Mythos, if you've heard about it, I don't even know how to pronounce Mythos, whatever, right? What did he do? They built an AI that is able to go into systems that have been operating and finding what we call vulnerabilities, weaknesses in code, weaknesses in OSs, and all those kind of things. And right now, the industry is going mad. In fact, they did not release the full information of what they found in that thing, except to certain companies. Now, if you now want to be into cyber, and probably you're asking yourself, how do I get into this? Why don't you just go and start reading all the things that people are talking about? Copy the link here and there, put it somewhere, get that understanding and start making noise about it. And at the end of your post, just say, if companies want to know more about that mythos, DM me.
Thank you very much. There's somebody I promised with my eyes that I'm going to take a question. Please, can you ask? Yeah, it's about tech.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's just the question that he asked, sorry, this gentleman in front of me, which I know you answered it, but I think there's a point to me. He said, we've been hearing about AI taking people's jobs. And you've also pointed the fact that AI, there are certain things AI cannot do. We need the human impact. But then his question was, what are those roles, what are those silent roles that AI has come in to enhance that people can key into?
Okay, so silent role that AI have come into enhance, right? So I tell you, anything that has to do with, so basically, I code, and AI has coding for us, basically. Even in design of UI UX, I tell you the truth, AI can do it. What would take you 1 week to look for a UI UX designer, AI can do it for you with just a crowd can do it for you with just a prompt. So anything that has to do with the computer, computing, systems, that's AI's feed. That's AI's feed. But what AI would not do for us is anything that has to require human input. Like you said, something that regards even support tickets, support workers for tech companies. That is very, very important. Because you will not want your developers to have access to your clients. They will bug your clients. They will overweight your developers. So there must be somebody intercessing at the in between the clients and the developers or the team that takes the feedback, because tech is all about iteration. Even Facebook, they iterate. You can see when you open your app, you see different, and those iterations are coming from the customers, the users. So you keep on iterating. So even support workers are very important. That human feedback. Sometimes when you call DH and they give you a machine, you're angry because you want to speak to somebody that understands your pain, that understands your. So that's like customer service. You can't take that and automate it and give it to a random machine to be. They'll be like, who's this? So those are the things that will always be there. Basically, anything that has to do with human interaction, human feedback. I don't think machine can take that. But anything that has to do with machine, repetition of tasks, then AI can assist us in doing that.
Thank you very much, and that's the end of this session. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please appreciate them one more time. Okay. And it's been a long day, is it not? But a very impactful one. So thank you for appreciating the panelists. Can you look at your neighbor and encourage them with a smile too? I know you've had like a very long day and wonderful session. So encourage them with a smile in case they are getting tired. All right, so straight up, we're going into the last session of the day. I don't know how to feel about that. Maybe, yay, I get to go home and eat. Or, oh, I'm really going to miss all this information. Can we have one else, please? I said a smile. You're doing too much now. Okay, so now we're going into the final session, the final panel session, which is pretty much on leadership and real estate combined segment. And in this session, we'll be taking a look at a practical step-by-step guide building on the earlier segment that we've spoken about, okay? And then to answer our questions or give us more light, throw more light on this, I'll be bringing up again. Don't worry, I know I don't need to introduce Dr. Bibi. So this is someone you've met earlier, so I'll be starting with that. Join me, please, to welcome Mr. Wale Olushola. Thank you very much. And next, I'm going to be bringing up a man whose work life has been an electric mix of jobs, ranging from being a driving instructor to being in the civil service for 17 years, most of that in the Department of Health. His career is now strongly rooted in helping people through education and empowering them with the knowledge to help themselves and others. He is now a financial coach, and he helps people to get out of debt and understand how money works, so they stay out of debt, achieve their goals and dreams with a good quality of life in the future. Since 2010, he has empowered thousands of families through financial education to become debt-free and financially independent. He also developed and motivate leaders. Let's replace that with thrive and elevate. Yeah. And he's currently training highly motivated, ambitious people with the desire to be debt-free and financially independent, or now to open up offices around UK as self-employed people. All right, please join me and welcome Mr. Samuel Lay. Okay, so last but definitely not the least, I'll be bringing up here Pastor Ralph. Okay, but before he comes, hold on, sir. So before he comes, I'd like to tell you just a tiny bit about him too. He is a seasoned minister, economist, and transformational leader with a proven track record of impact across both spiritual and professional spheres. He currently serves as the pastor in charge of Power Connections Parish, Redeemed Christian Church of God, Leeds, United Kingdom. His mission is to equip individuals and communities for purposeful living through the Word of God and practical leadership. Pastor Rav is especially passionate about mentoring and empowering youth and young adults, believing that the next generation must be spiritually grounded, intellectually equipped, and socially engaged. His ministry is rooted in spiritual growth, leadership development, and community transformation, with strong emphasis on raising young leaders who would influence every sphere of the society. No matter the platform, Pastor Ralph Ibiaye is also known as a faithful servant of God, a visionary leader, and a catalyst for positive change. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Pastor Ralph Ibiaye. All right. So after this, we're also going to be having a session for that the raffle draw session. So please enjoy and pump in the questions.
All right, thank you very much. I want to welcome the panelists once again. I want to start off script. If I have £1,000, how can I get into real estate? Mr. Wadley.
How much? £1,000.
If I have £1,000, how can I get into the business of real estate?
Well, to be fair, you probably don't need £1,000 to get into real estate. Because the first thing you need to do to get into real estate is educate yourself. And by educating yourself, necessarily don't mean you have to pay for it. So we spoke about having a mentor earlier, or just knowing people that have done it before. Even your landlord, even anybody, you can just go to them and have a conversation with them and kickstart with that. But if you had £1,000, you gave that to me today to say start in real estate, the first thing I'll do is use that money to educate myself, to know what strategy I want to do in real estate and understand what real estate is.
Thank you very much. If I go to Mr. Samuel Lees, I'm coming back to script now, so don't judge me again. What leadership habits have had the biggest impact on your financial, what's it called now, success?
Thank you, and great to be here. Good to see so many people as well. Habits, good financial habits. I think one of the first things that's really helped me was having a goal. Knowing, they say, how would you know you've arrived if you don't know where you're going? So for me, the number one thing is, where do I want to be? What do I want in the next 5, 10, 15 years? And then, apart from having that goal, is actually organizing a campaign, an advertising campaign to myself. So this is something I did with my children back in 2011, 2012. I got a whiteboard from Wilco's, and I sat down with my children, what do you want? And we cut out pictures, we put it on the whiteboard, and I stuck it up in my bedroom. When I went to bed, it was the last thing I saw. When I woke up in the morning, it was the first thing I saw. We've done everything that we wanted to do on that board, and we just ticked it off one by one. So I think for me, it's having a goal. Where do you want to go? And it's not just having a goal and just saying you have this goal. What are you doing to actually achieve it? Do you see it every day? Do you talk about it? Do you have people that call you upon it and encourage you? So having a goal for me has been number one.
Thank you very much. Now coming to Pastor Ralph, by the way, thank you so much for giving us this venue. He's our host today, so if you can put a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. For someone buying their first property or buying their first business property, if I'll put it that way, so maybe they have a personal property and they're now going into the business part of it. In both cases, what are the top 3 things they must get right?
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone, and to the panelists that has come ahead of me. I want to say thank you. I personally have learned a lot. Probably I should just put a little bit on what Wale said. If you have £1,000 and you want to go into property, I think, to put a context to everything that have been said, the first thing you need, first of all, whichever and wherever is the person you are that will determine whatever you can build on. For instance, we've asked, what do I need to do if I want to go into tech, if I have this money? First of all, you need to see yourself as a resource. That's the first resource you need. So if you want to go into property, the first thing you need, just like Wale said, is education. If you don't see yourself as a resource, then you are wasting the most important resource that you need. Then number 2, I stand here to say that Wale, though is much younger than I, but he is my mentor. So the first thing you need, first of all, is to see yourself right, as the resource. Number two, what do you want to do? And this third thing is, you need to look for somebody who will be your mentor. So I'll just put it right. Number one, you need to be right. Number two, you need to get what you want to do right. And number three, you need to get the right person.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to come back to him now. I know you wanted to say something on that, but can you actually explain, just be real now, if I have a house, how can I use that house to multiply? You know, when you go on Facebook, they will always be like, with this, you can do this, you can do that, and you can do this. And sometimes, when I listen to some of those adverts online, I always be like, no, it's a lie. So somebody will be like, I'll give you an example. Let me show you how I made 20,000 pounds with AI in one day. Then when you click on the link, it's telling me to buy a 3 hours course for 1,000 pounds. So when I multiply that 3 hours by 20, because it made 20,000 pounds, am I right? That means he's spending 60 hours to make 20,000 pounds. And he already knows how to make 20,000 pounds in 24 hours. So why are you stressing? You get it, getting additional hours to make a new 20,000 pounds. So please, can you be very real? If I have a house now and I want to start having a lot of houses, like having a portfolio of estates, what are the things that I need to, how do I do it? Like, how do I do it? I know a sizable number of audience would want to know this.
Yeah, so before I can answer that question, I think I have to touch on the first question you asked the pastor, which was the 3 key main things to look out for buying your first property. So after having the right mentor, having the right education, understanding what strategy you want to do, then you need to focus on the location of the property. Now, the reason why I say location of the property is because that's the biggest factor in buying a property in wherever you are, right? Because the location means, number one, you can buy a property in location A today for, I'll just say £10,000, as an example, right? We're talking practical here, right? So at location A, you bought it for £10,000 today. In 2 years' time, that property has appreciated to, say, £15,000, right? So that's, it's gone up by 5K in 5 years. Yeah, I'm using 5 years as an example. Now, you then buy the same property in a different location, location B, as an example, right? You bought it for the same amount, £10,000, but this property has gone up to £20,000 in 5 years' time. You see the difference, right? So it's gone up, twice than the location A. So the reason why location is important is because of the capital growth in your property. Now, what makes you, be property rich, creating portfolio, is the capital growth that you can gain in one property by leveraging your property, right? So by buying in the right place, your house grows up in value. You've got something called equity in your property. Now that equity is what can change your life in property. Now property is not a get rich quick scheme. Like within a year or two, you're gonna get rich and you build 10 portfolios or whatever, right? It takes a number of time. Now you might be lucky in buying in the right place where your property appreciates a lot quicker. So you could buy one today, and in 2 years' time, it's gone up by 20, 30K, right? So to answer your question now is how can you build portfolio from that? Now, we've been programmed, Uncle Sam will say this, right? A lot of us are programmed, from day one, or from our parents, from our family, that you want to grow up, you get a job, 9 to 5, you make money, you buy your house, you pay off your mortgage very quickly, and you live happily ever after. Now, this is back then, right? That doesn't necessarily work in this present future that we are now. Although it might work for some people, but for most people that want to build a life in property, you need to be able to leverage on what you have right now. So a lot of people would say on a property that's gone up by, your equity has grown, you've got money sat in that property doing nothing, right? So by building, your portfolio, all you literally have to do is, I'm not saying this is the one approach will work for everybody, because everybody have a unique situation, but in most cases, all you simply do is leverage what you already have. You can take equity from what you have or your property that you own, that you live in. You can use that to scale your buy-to-let portfolio by buying more and more and more. And in buying in the right place, your property will appreciate a lot quicker, and you're able to just multiply your income like that.
All right, thank you very much. So when you say that you take out equity, I hear that thing a lot from like property people. You just say, you pull out some equity and stuff. You just keep seeing it as if it's like you go to Costco, buy sandwich and then give them like something, and then you'll be back tomorrow to pick up Coca-Cola or something like that. Pastor, can you actually explain? So if I have a property now, I'll be very real in this session. And the property is worth £200,000 at the moment. And I'm on this 5-year mortgage thing. Now, let's assume I bought it for 200. Now it's worth 270. So that means it has appreciated by 70 grand. How much can I pull out? And when I pull that money out, does that mean that my mortgage would go up? You get it? Or the mortgage remain the same? Does that mean that the number of years I'm meant to pay the mortgage, you get it? Does that increase the number of years and some of these things? Because these are some of the questions that people want to actually know. Then from there, we can now start making calculated decisions, because my head calculates numbers very fast. So let's.
Okay. Just to pull back a bit and a little addition to what Wale said. Apart from the location, the particular property you are buying also matters a lot. For instance, practical session, Wale is aware of this. I bought a property in a location that is not probably it, and that was just 3 years ago. And today I called Wale, I want to sell that property, and the first thing he said, why do you want to sell it? Why don't you pull the money out? And that's where mentoring, or whatever kind of mentoring, there's peer mentoring, there is vertical mentoring. So there's somebody to bounce your idea with. So when he said it to me, and I was like, oh, why didn't I think about it? So that property, for instance, the location may not be it, but the particular property was just the right thing at that time. In other words, you don't make money in the future. You make money when you buy. That's very, very important. So to answer your question, using that property as an example, when I bought that property, I bought what you call below market value. In other words, the money I am pulling out beyond the appreciation, I bought it and I was able to add value. So when you are buying investment property, that knowledge is very, very key, is very important. So for that to work, the question you are asking, for it to work, all these variables must be in place. Number one, you've done your due diligence. Number two, that due diligence involves the location and also the particular property you are buying. When you buy, I've made money. Though I don't see that money immediately. So what do I now do? That's where knowledge comes in. I now add value to it. What is value? That value, that property, when I bought it, let's assume I bought it for 100,000. But the toilet wasn't good. Electricity is bad. Maybe there's a possibility of adding an extra room. That is adding value. So in 5 years, or 3 years in this case, because I added value, the property, I bought it for 150 3 years ago, and now is worth about 300,000. When I did all the purchases just 3 years ago, the money I spent in has added value to it. So now 3 years down the line, I spoke to my broker. I want to pull money out. So they will now use the value of the property now, subtract the mortgage on it. The difference is what they call equity. So they do the process, they bring it out, and that money doesn't sit down, it goes into the next property. So what works in property are two things. I haven't been in it. Number one is the timing and time in the market. What does that mean? Number one, you do it again and again and again. Then time in the market is you give it time to mature. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to help me.
Yeah, let me just add a little bit more to that. And, we talked about property is not a get-rich-quick scheme sort of thing, right? All the money you invested in getting that property at the time, 3 years ago, yeah? Let's assume it cost him maybe 30K. I'm just putting a number out there, yeah? Cost you 30K to buy that property 3 years ago, right? Today, with your equity, when you pull that equity out, you could pull, in fact, I know that you've pulled all the money you invested in that property 3 years ago. So essentially, that property, any profits it gets from that property now for life is completely free, right? Because imagine, just for me to repeat that again, it cost him 30K to buy that property 3 years ago, yeah? And today, you're able to pull out 30K tax-free back into your pocket, and you still own the house, you still rent it out, and you still make money from that property. So that means for now, for the rest of your life, do you own that property, anything you get from that property is completely...
Let me not flog this too much. So if it's my house,
yeah,
and I pull out money,
yeah,
so I'm still the one paying the mortgage, does that increase the years on the mortgage term in terms of maybe I paid 5 years already and I have 30 years left? When I do this equity thing, because I can go and put money after, like on Sunday or on Monday. So does it increase like the number of years?
Yeah. So this is where Uncle Sam will come into it as well.
Okay,
right?
yeah, that is a money man. I know.
Yeah, is a financial code. But before I let Uncle Sam say something about that, right? So you have to be very careful.
Okay.
So we talked about equity and pulling equity and pulling that, right? We have to be sensible about pulling equity out as well on the property, right? You need to think about, okay, if I pull this money out of this property now, your question is, does it increase the length of your mortgage? You have options, yeah? Yes, it does. Let's say, for example, you have 10 years left on your mortgage, and then your equity in that property is 70K, as a number we're using, right? For you to pull that 70K out of that property, you can't pull it out. What your lender will then do is they'll spread your interest across, maybe they had 5 years to your mortgage, but then the difference in your mortgage would only be like £50 or £100 or whatever, right? So you need to make sure that A, you can afford that extra £50 or £100 that's going into your mortgage, and B, you need to make sure that the money you're pulling out of the property is going to a good use. You're not going to go use that money to go on holiday, to go buy a car, to go buy new clothes or whatever, right? You need to think about, why am I pulling this money out in the first place? Is this money am I going to put it into the right thing? Am I going to buy other things with it? And whatever I buy with it, or whatever I do with that money, will then compensate for the increase in your mortgage for you. So,
right. Okay. So I'll still go back to knowledge. Knowledge is key in property and anything you want to do. So practically, I've got a house. So we need to look at two properties. There's your personal property, and there's investment property. Those are two kinds of mortgages. So, for instance, just to make something a bit clear, my personal property now, I can't extend the mortgage life indefinitely because I'm over 50 now. They can't give me more than 70 years. So if I bring equity out of that property, I can only, pay it off in that period. But if it is investment property, so I'll be buying in the name of the company, so that's a bit different. However, I think I need to say this. Every money you pull out, for me, the way the mortgage that is increased, I'm looking for that money I've brought out to be paying it back. Very simple, let me say this. I have a property now. I could put 80,000 out. If I use that 80,000 to buy a property, and I still need to pay mortgage on the new property, but the difference of the mortgage and the rent, is he able to help me to pay the mortgage extra in my personal property? So those are some of the things we need to know. It's not as easy as that. You need knowledge. you need mentoring. And I believe that Wale has done a lot of that for me, and I'm also able to do it for other people. So knowledge is very key.
Yeah, just before I go to Mr. Sam, he's a money man. I'm very, he's really into money. I would just like to highlight that Mr. Wale has given us as an organization the slot to recommend 10 people for him to mentor on real estate, and that's part of the raffle draw we'll be doing towards the end. We have 3 slots filled up already via the podcast online. Now, the remaining 7 slots, we're just going to do like a random raffle draw, and you would get to meet him for, I think, 2 to 3 sessions of 1 hour weekly, and then you would get more details from him. So, Mr. Sam, please, can you what's it called now? Can you dissect this money thing, such that I don't pull equity out and become pulled into equity? You know, yes, I can become equity while I'm pulling equity out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody said about the education is so important. With what I do, I've sat down with families, and you mentioned about properties going up in price. I've also seen cases where people's properties have actually devalued. Okay, either because the location, people have moved into that area, or certain things have happened in that area, and now their properties actually got minus equity in it. I also know people who've done interest only, which is great if you have a business, but also when you start getting older, for certain people it becomes a problem. So they bought the property so many years ago, they still owe 30 years on it, and they're now 70. They're now 65. They're nearly retiring. They have to sell that property to be able to pay the money back to the bank. So the knowledge is so important. You've got to have that knowledge. I've seen people do it without the knowledge, and they failed massively. So I'm going to really encourage you with that one. Now, when you talk about money, money is there. Money is easy, but the lack of knowledge and the action to follow through. Everybody wants that money now. And I love what Wale said. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. If you want to make money, you can make it, but you've got to be consistent and build it over time. So when you're talking about taking money out, what are you going to do with that money? Are you going to reinvest it into another property? Are you going to invest it in the global economy? So we're talking shares, we're talking bonds, we're talking mutual funds. Are you going to put that money there? People say to me, can I invest my money and take it out in 5 years? You're not going to get much in there. That's just a fact. I put something for my children every month. My youngest is now 19. They've got some money in their account, but it's still not enough. So you need time if you're going to work in investment, if you're going to put your money in shares and bond. There's different things we teach when it comes to about having money. There's one of the things I teach is the 10-10-10-70 strategy. And what that basically means is this. And if you've got children, if you're taking notes, this is important. When you get paid, your income, your salary that goes into your account, what happens to that money? One of the most important things when you're doing the 10-10-10-70, and this is different for different people, the first 10%, we actually encourage you to give away. If you go to church, tithe. If you have charities that you support and you have something you're passionate about, it's more blessed to give than to receive. When you give, I promise you, you will get it back. So the first 10% give away. The next 10% save for an emergency fund. For me, an emergency fund is 3 to 6 months of your expenses in an account that you don't touch. 3 to 6 months. So that if you lose your job or something happens, you can dip into your emergency fund and then you top it back up. You're not using your credit card. Okay? Don't use your credit card. The next 10%, invest long term. By God's grace, you're all going to get to retirement one day. Yeah? You're not going to die before your time. All right? But then when you get to retirement, are you going to still need to be working? Retirement age is going up to 70. And they're actually talking 72. Can you imagine doing what you're doing now at 70? Just think about it. If you don't start planning for it now, guess what? You will be working to your 75, guaranteed. And for those of you that have children, you cannot rely on your children anymore. I think our generation is the last generation where we're looking after our parents. For the rest of you, your children are not good because they've got their own issues. You've got to plan for yourself. So the 10%, you invest long term. And then you live on 70. Don't ever live on 100% of your income. Your gas, your electric, your water, your rent, your mortgage, all that comes out of 70. So for me, that's one of the biggest things I want everybody to take away from today. Don't live on everything you earn. Now, for a lot of us, it's difficult to do 10, 10, 10, 70. Would you agree? Yeah. Let me see a show of hands if you think it's difficult. Okay, it's easy for all of you to do 10, 10, 10, 70.
For people working 20 hours, they don't have that luxury.
Okay, so if you can't do 10, 10, 10, 70, what can you do right now? Start where you are. Can you do 1, 1, 1, 97? It's that consistency, I promise you. If you do that consistently, 1, 1, 1, 97, you will find yourself in the next few months doing 2, 2, 2, 94. 3, 3, 3, 90, whatever it is. And before you know it, you will be able to do. I know somebody living on 40% of their income. They live on 40%. Everybody can do it, but it's just going to take consistency and patience and time to make it happen.
Thank you.
I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, thank you so much. But you know, I don't want you to answer this, but the world is tempting. The world wants to take that 30%. So what I'm doing is, some of you might learn from, it's my wife that is investing. I'm chopping the money. So she is investing. So, but I'm making sure I'm married to her. That's my. So some of you can learn that, like, make your partner invest. Just make sure you are married. That's the only thing you have to make sure you do. Just make sure you are married, and then you know everything is sorted. As long as I'm married.
I mean, we have a joke. We're laughing at that, but I actually know couples that do that. One of them, all the income they earn, that person, the partner, whoever it is, man or woman, they put all that money in investments. And then the other person supports the whole family, pays the bills, does everything. But you have to have a relationship where you're comfortable enough to do that. So you're having a laugh, but it's actually real. I know people that do that. Their partner's income, they do not touch. They do not touch it. As soon as they get paid, it goes straight into their investment. They're investing £2,000 a month.
Thank you.
Imagine what that's going to be like a few years from now.
Yeah, thank you very much. There are a couple of questions. I know there are a lot of them, but I'll start with the 2 here because the first question came super early, and I don't want somebody to see me at the door and be like, yeah, you didn't try. So somebody's asking, which is better, new build or the type you renovate? What are the rules in property, especially in the UK, that you must not undermine? What about properties in Nigeria? Please, can Mr. Wale quickly help answer that?
So there's 3 questions in that, right? So
yeah.
The first one was,
which is better, new or renovate, new build or renovate?
It's all down to preference, like what you prefer, whether you prefer a new build or old Victorian, whatever houses it might be. I have a preference. I don't like new build, although it's good for investment purposes. I prefer older property just because of the way they were built back then. They're a lot more spacious and so many things to it. But it's all down to preference, what you prefer. Either way, it both works. A lot of people goes on about, the EPC, whether it's A, B, C, that you're going to save a lot of money. Yes, in practical terms you do, but do you actually see that savings? What can you do with it? So it's all down to preference. Whether you prefer a new build or old build, it's your choice. Either is fantastic.
Yeah, so what are some risks in property, especially in the UK, that we should not undermine?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think, Mr. Sam, you spoke about compliance earlier, right? In everything that you do, whether it's business or property-wise, there's always some sort of compliance regulations that you have to follow. So, for example, we talked about residential property earlier, and also a buy-to-let, investment property. One of the key regulations in the UK is if you own an investment property you can't live in it yourself, right? You can't live in it. Your family members can't live in it either. So you have to essentially rent it out to other people to do that. So, because if they catch you doing that, you invalidate your mortgage, and then you could end up losing a house and so forth. So some of those are some of the key regulations that you have to remember. There's the new renters rag that came out, just yesterday. Went into effect. So some of those things, no fault eviction, you need to educate yourself in that as well. So having a property, buying one and renting it out just doesn't mean it's done, but there are some regulations that you need to make sure you remember.
Yeah, so about the third part of the question.
Can I add one thing to that as well? Okay. Something that I've seen is when you rent the property out, be careful, because you do have squatters that stay in your house and they don't pay rent for months. So those are the kind of things that you also need to be aware of, which is an issue. But if you have a mentor, you have somebody that can guide you on contracts and that kind of stuff, it can be avoided. Well, I just think that's a really big one to mention as well.
All right, thank you very much. On the third part of investment in property in Nigeria, I would say you can see any of them. After the conference, we're still going to have like 10 minutes at the end of the conference just to have something, a light refreshment, and have a final round of networking before you leave. Because of the diversity of the audience, I don't want to make it specific to a country. Yeah. Just a very quick one. Pastor, can you just, in one word, for first-time buyers, do you advise going for rent-to scheme? Is it rent-to-buy scheme? Rent-to-buy scheme, something like that, for a first-time buyer?
Okay, so I can answer that question. So rent-to-buy scheme is essentially, for people that don't know what that is there are sets of incentives or grants that you can get from the government, where you can invest in a property, or even you as a investor can buy a property and then rent it out to some tenants, where some of the tenancy fee goes towards them eventually buying that property from the landlord or from the government or from the developers that built the property, right? So as a first-time investor, right, is it good to do those sort of scheme? Of course, it depends on your investment capacity or how much money you have in the first place, right? Would I go for it? Maybe, because my personal situation might be different from yours, but if that's your way into property, then that's your way into it. As long as you get a foot into the door, then you should do that. Are there other options that you can do? Of course, there are other options that you can do as well, but that is a way to get into a property as well. But you need to be mindful that you check, all the regulations or the contract, because you don't want to get tied into it that you can't get out of it. So yeah.
I just thought to say this. Probably one of the thinking of that person is, where do I start from? I will always say start from, where your circumstance can carry. I remember one of the first properties Wale invested in was a very little 2-bed, one of the first ones. But if you don't start, you can never know. So I would say to you, meet the right people, get the right encouragement, and just do it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to the audience now. Dr. Pesu and Mr. Samuel, you have the floor. I think Mr. Agbenga has the mic. You can start.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for the time. I really appreciate all the teachings so far. I'd like to ask, you mentioned you buying a property and withdrawing the money from the property after some period of time. But while Pastor Ralph was speaking, he talked about buying the property, exact money of 150,000, and then spent extra 30,000 naira to develop it to a standard as at that time, of which the property worth 200,000 now. So while you were discussing about what is being pulled out, you mentioned 30,000. Is it the money you spent on the property you can pull out, or the total money while you're talking about receiving free allowances from a property you've invested in before it's been sold? Okay, so that's for me to answer, yeah? Yes. Okay, so to answer that question, I probably need to just explain very quickly the concept of buying. I'm sure many people would know this already, but just pardon me if I do that. So when you buy a property in the first place, you have to put 25% deposit down to buy it.
You mean investment property?
Yeah, we're talking about investment property,
Okay.
not your residential. For your residential, it's 10%. Sometimes you can even get 5%, but it's always around about 5-10% for that. But for investment property, it's always minimum of 25% to buy it, right? So in that scenario, we assume the property was 150K, yeah? You put a deposit that was 25%. Whoever's good with maths can tell that's about 32,000 there about, as a deposit to buy that, right? So you spend extra money on it to do the house up, and then 3 years' time is worth X amount of money. Now, let's say your equity in the property is 70K that you can pull out, yeah? When you're pulling out, you can pull anything out. The only caveat is you have to leave at least 25% value in the property. Okay, so after the 25%, equity deposit in the property, if your allowable equity is 70K, you can pull all of it out, or you can put 10, you can put 5, you can put 20. It's just up to you what you want to pull out. So if the total amount is there, you can pull all of it out, you can pull some of it. It's entirely up to you. But as we said earlier, you need to be careful. Just because you can pull everything out doesn't mean you should pull everything out. You need to make sure you know what you're doing with that money because you pull it out.
Don't go on vacation with the money.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
pull out.
Yeah, just be financially sensible.
They
What
will
you can
pull you from vacation.
Yeah.
But it's also important to know that your money will go up. Your mortgage payments will
go up as well.
Your mortgage payments will most likely go up. Your term will most likely be extended. So it's just to be aware. That's why you need to sit down with a mentor to go through, because your example will be different from my sister's example, will be different. So it's all going to be different for different situations. Sit down with your mentor and get some support with that.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. P. Prof. Pesu, yeah.
Yeah, so let me stand up. The question is linked to the mortgage thing and the repayment thing and how we can leverage what we have to start, right? So let's say you put in the 10% on a 200K house, right? That's 20K, right? And then you bought a house as your private home, and let's say in 5 years' time, the value has gone up to 250, right? That's the value of the house, not the mortgage that you're owing. And then you decide to pull just the value that increased. Now your equity is more than the 50K increase. In that case, it's 50 plus 20. If you remove just the 50K, which is the increase in the value of the house, would your monthly repayment increase, or would the time to pay off, will it increase? Well, how does it? That's kind of that's.
Okay. Let me give this example and probably be a bit vulnerable. First of all, whatever you are doing is determined by the circumstance at the time. In other words, let me give this practical example. Being a bit vulnerable, I don't know where all this is going. We bought a property for about 187. 5 years after, it was worth approximately about 250. And we have paid a lot of mortgage into that property. When we did the mortgage rate was about maybe 2.45. But guess what? 5 years later, when we're doing the remortgage, the mortgage was 1.85. So that was a win-win situation. We're able to pull over 100,000 out. So why I'm giving that specific example is because the circumstance at the time would determine what is doable. So if the interest rate for us, unfortunately, the interest rate was lower than what it was. So yet the mortgage increased, but it was not a lot, despite that we pulled £100,000 out. But if you do that now, it's most likely that if we do it now, it's most likely that what we'll be paying will be much, much more. Does that make sense? So everything determines on what is happening at that time. And that is why we will all go back to what we said before. Knowledge is very important.
Sorry, if I can just answer that question directly, Dr. Kwesi. So I think if I understand you right, your question is the equity you want to pull out, it's just the one that you have in the property. Let's say the property is gone up by 50K, you want to put just that 50K out. That's not affecting your other one. Okay, so no, your mortgage may not go up. Your mortgage may go up. As Pastor said, it depends on the circumstance at that point, right? I'll give you an example, right? Let's say when you pull that equity out at that point, or when your current mortgage, you might be on 2%, yeah? And then you pull that equity, even though it's your money in that property, you pull it out, right? At that point in time, you'll have to go on a different product at that point, right? Depends on what the mortgage rate is and whatnot. Yeah, that may affect the 50K that you take from the property, but it will not increase your mortgage by a lot. It might increase it by like £50. It might even bring it down as well at the time.
All right, thank you very much. We're running out of time now. I know this conversation is interesting, but my manager is behind the console, and I'll get it talking to, my producer, if I don't round this up very soon. There's a specific question for Uncle Sam. What is your advice for someone in heavy school debt to get out of it and still thrive? It feels miserable and hard to get out of debt, especially in the UK.
That's a great question. Put a plan together. So we now know what your goal is. Your goal is you want to be debt-free. And I can relate to that, because back in 2010, when I started doing what I do now, I used to walk past the bank and the alarm would go off because I had so much debt. So I can relate. So I wanted to be debt-free.
No, I think you should tell them that I think you said it on our podcast. It's going to come out soon. He had debt in credit card of over £30,000.
Yeah.
So it's not, when it says...
Yeah, this is no joke. It was ridiculous. What you've got is you want to be debt-free. That's your goal. What you now need to do is put a plan in place. What is the plan? You need to increase your income. 1. You need to reduce your outgoing. 2. I've sat down with people where they've got Sky, they've got Virgin, they're paying £200, but there's no food in the fridge. They're paying the new iPhone, is 90 quid a month. Yeah? So what can you reduce? Which is why you need to sit down with somebody that can say, this is what's coming in, this is what's going out, this is what you can put towards your debt. I teach something called debt stacking. And debt stacking basically is, you've got 4 different debts. You rate them according to the interest rates. You pay the first one off. You don't just blow that money. You put it on to the next one. You put it on to the next one. When I did my plan in 2010, my plan showed me if I kept on paying the minimum, which is what the banks will tell you to do, they said just pay the minimum. My plan showed me it will take me 29 years to be debt-free. 29, because I was only paying the minimum. Then the plan showed me if I made 1 or 2 changes, I could be debt-free in 9 years. I made those changes, I was done in 6 years. That was why I could leave my job in 2016 and focus on my business. So if you want to be debt-free, discipline and a plan. You need a plan. Now, I can help you with that. That's what I do as a business. I sit down with people and I look at where their finances are right now and I help them get to where they want to be. You need a plan. Debt in the UK is common. Everybody has debt. If you don't have debt in the UK, you're special. If you're going to buy a car, you're going to buy a fridge, you're going to buy a settee. Buy now, pay later. They're always looking to get you into debt. So don't be worried that you have debt. It's not something to be embarrassed about, especially in the UK. Maybe back home, it may be a problem. Over here, everybody you see is on some sort of debt. But what you need to do is, how do I get out of debt, and how do I put a plan in place to make that happen?
I'll just go to Pastor Ralph for the last comment.
Maybe I should just say this. First of all, it's not necessarily answering that question, but it's just what, debt that I want to talk about. First of all, we need to define the debt we're talking about. If it is, personal debt, you can be worried. But I keep saying to my wife, my knowledge about debt has changed.
Even me,
when I came into this country, no, I don't want to be a debtor. I don't even want to take credit card. But when knowledge came, in fact, if they can give me the old debt that I can afford, I want to take it. In other words, knowledge is very important. There is one word I learned few years ago. They call it OPM. If you know what OPM is, then you pride yourself that you are a debtor. There was a time I was in personal debt, which God help us, we put in a plan by self-evaluation and all that. But now we are looking for institutional debt. And what does that mean? If you want to invest, you don't need to have money like Wale said, but if you can use other people's money to make money, then you will become a wise man.
There's good debt and there's bad debt. It's just knowing which debt you have. For a lot of people, it's the personal debt.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Thank you, Pastor, for that example. I've been telling my wife, too, I want to start getting to organizational debts now. Like big ones, like very big, massive ones. No, to make money, no. Mr. Wale, do you have a final comment?
Yeah, I do, yes. I think what I was just going to say, Uncle Sam, you touched on it earlier, which is there's a good debt and there's bad debt, right? The good debt is actually encouraged because that's what will change your life, right? And the bad debt is obviously what will do the opposite of that. So just take your time to research that. And the final thing on real estate is don't be put off, guys, right? There's different asset class in this world. There's the shares, there's all of that, right? Nothing, if you look at the history, nothing has produced more successful, I don't want to call it billionaires, but if you want to use that word, we can do, than real estate, right? And all of it isn't acquired like immediately. They're not like now. It's something that goes on like, later on. You plant the seed today and you reap the rewards in 2, 3, 4 years time. If you can wait 10 years, your life will completely change. So don't be discouraged. Get into it however way you want to get into it, but educate yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm mindful that there is one more question from somebody, but what we're going to do is during the final round of networking, as we're catching like some snacks and stuff before we go, please just approach any of the panelists, and then we're going to take that question. Please, can you put a round of applause for yourself? You've been fantastic. You've been a very good audience. You've listened. And I hope that based off of all the conversations we've had today, you've gained something that would help you elevate your life, and then you can start thriving from here. Can we also clap for our panelists? Thank you so much. And on behalf of myself, I'm saying thank you. I'm going to have I'm going to have the host now take over the mic. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, by the way, before I leave, there's a book here that is written by one of us. It's called The Road That Built Me: A Life of Risk, Resilience, and Purpose. You can check it out. And read it. I'm sure it's something that is going to help you elevate and also thrive. Thank you very much, Leeds. It's been a pleasure.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we have come to the end of the panel session, just to wrap up, we're going to be doing the raffle draw right now, and then we would have the networking break, just for 10 minutes. Okay, to close it, and then there's going to be tea break, there's refreshment, while we're discussing on networking. Okay, so just so we wrap it up, I hope you've had a very amazing time. Okay, all right. You can prove that with a smile. Thank you. Okay, so for the raffle, I'm going to have like 3 people pick out. We have them in 3 buckets. We have the tech, we have the real estate, and we have the entrepreneurship slots. So as the first person that arrived here, so you're going to be doing us the honor of picking some of the slots. So if you don't mind, will you just stand and come and stand beside me? And then I'm going to have someone else speak that. So let's just see. I'm just going to do a quick test because we don't have time. Can you spell elevate backward in 2 seconds? Oh no, you have to do that closing your eyes. Is somebody ready? Let's get out of here. Let's wrap it up and get out of here. Thank you very much. So you close your eyes.
ETAVELE.
Okay, I was going to say you should not stutter or break, but please appreciate him and come forward and help with the. Okay, thank you. All right. And now that you're here, do you mind coming, Dr. Sandra? Thank you. Because just in case you did not notice or you didn't hear it enough, I think Dr. Sandra brought, like, how many people here? Just say, I'm here for Dr. Sandra, I'm here for Dr. Sandra. And yeah, so for that, you're also going to be helping us with the slots. Bear with me. So I'll start with Monica. Don't worry, I'll be done. So for the yellow sticky notes, right? So the yellow one is for the text slots, and I would like you to please pick 3. Yeah. Prayers up. I'm not sure if my name is there. 3. You have 3, okay? And can I know your name, please? Okay, so please, you'll be helping to pick from the blue sticky notes. Do we have up to 7? That's for the real estate. Okay. Are you sure I've not picked more than 7? Okay, thank you, Dr. Sandra. Shake, 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 shake. Somebody say shake. And then the last one is the sticky note for entrepreneurship. Everybody gets. We have more slots that, yeah. So. Yeah. Is that up to? Okay, so that's how many? We have 10 slots for that. All right. Yeah, so we have 10 slots for that. Okay, so we start with this. Monica, can you please step closer? Are you ready? Okay, before you do this, can you put your hand up? Like, don't make it very obvious. Maybe just a tiny finger if you indicated your interest for the tech role. Tiny finger. I see you, I see you. I see myself. Thank you. All right, so let's do this. So the first person that is going for the tech yeah, I guess I couldn't really undo the disappointment that it wasn't my name. Okay, so we have Miriam Rahim. Miriam, congratulations. Hopefully I see you there if I get picked by Monica. So this is yours, okay? And the next person is Emeti. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay. Is that going to be a paparazzi? Okay. Can you tell me what this is, please? Yeah, that's me, Omolara Yeku. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monica. Please appreciate Monica. You can go to your set. INEC, right? Okay. So for the first slot in, this is real estate, yeah? So we have Benga. Congratulations. All right, so you can come for the slots. Okay. So next we have someone here. Emmanuel Yeku, you made it to the slot. Oh my God. Congratulations. Come. Shake me. You did well. And next we have Johnson Obasi. Congratulations. Next we have somebody say power. God's power, congratulations, you made it to the slot. Okay, and next we have, I'm going to pronounce this to the best of my ability. Aretha. Don't do this to me. Just say I didn't pronounce it well enough and help me. Aritha. Okay. All right. TikTok. Okay. So the person that got this, is it a second chance we call it now? Or another open window? Deborah. Congratulations. So you can come for the ticket. Oh. Nobody is talking because they didn't put their surname right. Here. Congratulations. Okay. So when we say the last shall be the first or something, yeah, so that way. Next on the slot, the person that made it, Frederick Pesu. He didn't even know about it. It was just now that I told him. Okay. And yes, we have the last person that made the slot, Isaac. Is he still around? I'm sure I saw him. Okay. No, we are going to contest it. You're not the ones that is speaking the blue one. Sorry. Do you agree? You do. Okay. Then we have Evelyn. Congratulations, Evelyn. Oh, no, you deserve it. Okay. Congratulations. All right, so for the last set. This is for, is it not entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship, yeah. Yeah, it's entrepreneurship. Okay, to launch the slots, first in the list of people on the mentorship queue is Oluseyi. Is it still around? It's in the kitchen. Okay. All right. And then next is Ayodele. Thank you for coming back. I forgot to say thank you the other time, so you can have it now. All right. And next we have Mary. Mary. Is she around or? Okay. Okay. And we have Folorusho. Where are you? Oh, congratulations. Last, but okay, not last. Yeah, so this is one of the people I met. We have Nicola. Oh, yeah, congratulations. We have Ayomiku. Oh, why is this? This is an Ayo affair, right? And last but not least, we have Victoria. Okay, so thank you very much for your patience. Yeah, it's been an amazing time. Okay, and thank you very much to the organizers. I like it when you're not just like leaving us here with, all of the things that we have learned. You are also giving us a platform to go on, like continue learning what you've told us. So just to round this up, I'm going to invite Kelvin to give the closing remarks. Thank you very much. Please celebrate him.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, just to add it, for those who want the slot, please, when we're done, please meet the registration team so that we can get your details fully and contact you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As we come to the end of this insightful and enriching conference, it is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to God Almighty for making this day possible. And to our distinguished speakers, your knowledge, perspectives, and passion have not only informed us, but truly inspired us. Thank you for sharing your expertise so generously. God bless you. Can we give a round of applause for them again? And just say thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's say that. Let's say thank you, thank you. I would like to sincerely thank our volunteers, organizers, and planning committee. Behind this successful conference is a team that worked tirelessly to ensure everything runs smoothly. Your effort has not gone unnoticed. To our sponsors and partners, we are deeply grateful for your support in making this event possible. A special thank you goes to all participants, every one of you,
attendees. Your presence, your engagement, and contributions through discussions and questions are what brought this conference to life. Without you, this conference would not have been a success. Can you give yourself a round of applause, please? We really, really appreciate you. As we leave here, I hope we carry forward not just the knowledge we've gained, but also the connections we've built and ideas that will continue to grow beyond this room. On that note, I wish you all a safe travel and continued success in your respective endeavors. Thank you and have a wonderful day. And finally, I would love all the members of Dosi to come on stage. All members of Dosi, please, can you come on stage? Just to, see the face of the team, behind this event. Can we jam our hands together as they come on stage, please? Members of Dosi, where are you? Right. I know, where's Dr. BB? So you can. All right, okay. Thank you.
All right, guys, this is us saying thank you to you. Thank you for coming. This is our first event. Just to put in perspective, we launched this organization last year, December. And then we're growing gradually. We hope we'll do more of this. For those that want a mentorship slot or something, please get across to the registration desk and just let them indicate the specific thing on your name. We're going to get across to you via email, and then we'll tell you the next steps. Thank you so much for coming. The other thing is I want to thank all the volunteers. We had so much volunteers today. Thank you so much, guys. Special thanks to Zira. She traveled down all the way from Reading just to volunteer for this event. Thank you so much, Zira. You're the absolute best. So the last thing I would say is if you like what we do and if you feel it resonates with you, we are open to taking volunteers. It would only take maybe 1 or 2 hours of your time every week. So we would have something for you to do for us in terms of as an organization, and then we'll define your role, especially if you know how to make short videos, you get to edit short videos, you would be very resourceful to us. So please, if you want to join us as a volunteer, you can see any of us, and then would make things work out. Once again, thank you so much, Leeds. We hope we're going to take this all around the United Kingdom. We're starting from Leeds. Thank you so much, guys. And to our hosts, Dr. Sandra and Mrs. Lara Yeku, thank you so much, guys. We love you. Please go have your lunch and then you can network for a couple of minutes and then we'll go. Please, is it possible we'll come together on stage and take a picture and then we proceed from there? Everybody that is around, we just take a final picture. We can turn on the lights. Now, actually, there's lights in this auditorium in case you're wondering. So if you come on Sunday, there's more lights and stuff. So please turn on all the lights and let's just take pictures and then we leave. Thank you so much once again. You're the absolute best. Thank you. All right, everybody, we can come together and take a picture, everybody. So we can... Together, if you're here, please, let's just take the picture. Thank you.